Hello, every neon. How are we doing today? I was immediately, hold on. I was immediately a little bit uh late on the stream because I was eating. I was making dinner. I made myself a lovely chicken and green bean stir fry. Do you want to play tennis court? Sure, we'll listen to tennis court. And I haven't even finished it, so I'm gonna need to take bites out of it throughout the stream. Finally, getting your streak back. Congratulations, congratulations, Kave. Hello, Peep. Hello, Nijans. Hello, Moss. Hello, J Strike. Hello, Kave. Hello, Andros. Hello, Aqua. Hello, Maxi. Hello, Epic. How are we all doing today? How are we all doing today? I am immediately starting off this stream by not playing Imaginarium. I don't even know if I'm going to be playing Imaginarium. Hi, Starshade. Stream interrupted my mewing streak. This better be good. That sounds like a you problem. I don't see what my stream has anything to do with your mewing streak. You can continue to mew as you watch the stream. You don't even have to talk. What sin are we doing today? Anything but Imaginarium. Anything but Imaginarium. Character reviews are gone? Oh, let me turn him back on. Let me turn him back on. And thank you for the 5 months, Bunny Gum. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much. I want to be a little bit burpy because I ate. I eated too fast, everybody. So immediately I'm starting off with not Imaginarium. So, for context. Okay, there we go.
I wish I was sitting at the top
for context, let me also turn on the Q song redeem. I do not have full stars in this Imaginarium. I did get a full clear, so I don't have any Primo Gems or anything hiding behind another clear. But I could get one elixir. I'm wondering, you were in Saluna? I was for a little bit. Weren't you planning on working on a Mona team eventually? I don't know about immediately. You ate that? Thank you so much. Hi, Pegby. How are you doing? Sure, I'm excited for the stall stream. Yeah, so I was in the middle of saying exactly what I wanted to say right now, but I thought I was interrupting myself. And we will look at your Columbina in a minute, Epic, and you definitely will have to remind me again. I could go through this theater again and go for full stars. I don't think full stars will be particularly difficult. It might be a little bit difficult. It's going to be a little bit alleviated by the fact that I now have a built Razor, and Razor can be a cool, funny option into this Imaginarium. In fact, maybe one of the best. In fact, maybe Razor's a fucking incredible Imaginarium unit to have. But what? I don't know if I want to go through it again because Imaginarium is resetting tomorrow. So Thursday is going to be an Imaginarium stream. So I don't know if I want to do 2 Imaginariums in a row. Clearly you have to use my Ganyu in this IT. What is next Imaginarium's lineup? Because I would like to use your C6 Ganyu in IT. Do it for the tarot card? I already got the tarot card. You only need to beat it. You don't need to get the stars for it. Cryo Hydro Geo. Okay, Cryo Hydro Geo. So I can still use, I think, not Cryo. Well, it seems like you were wrong. And that's a good thing. It seems you were wrong and that's a good thing. Going on the fucking leak subreddit. Jesus Christ, I hate this. I hate it here. Oh, oops. Oopsie daisy. It's the wrong window and it's tiny. Get big. Get big. Get big for us. The Eula Theater. This is currently the Eula Theater. What we're in right now is the Eula Theater. Shatterstock's rising. That's a really good point that you make there. This is why we all need to pull C2 Albedo right now for the Shatter buff. Oh, alright, now they're saying April, March. Okay, April theater. Thank fucking God. Instead of saying, like, what did they say before? 6.4 A and B Imaginarium. Just call it the month, man. Just call it the month. Thank God they're finally doing that. You're so right. I'm on my way to pull a C2 Albedo. Hi, Yuli. Hi, how are you doing? How's it going? How was your day? I think the reason why I thought it wasn't Cryo is because I have a freeze team sitting in my IT lobby right now. So I thought there would be no freeze twice in a row. Yeah. Farina was a guest character. It was Farina and Columbina that were the only fucking Hydro characters as guest characters. Jesus Christ, that's awful. Trying to play Flints in this Imaginarium is actually insane. Risley mentioned. Opening characters, Mona, Xingqiu, Risley, Rosaria, Navia. That's actually kind of rough. Mona's not particularly great, but I feel like I kind of want to have her for Hex Resonance to have available Hex units later. Special guest stars. That's an interesting one. Guest stars Chaska, not Mizuki. Okay, fuck. I was so fucking happy. This is outdated. That's really sad. So what's the up-to-date one? March Theater changed. April Theater. This is the one we just did. I used the official patch notes. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I forgot that they do that. Genshin, we're in 6.4 patch notes. Luna 5. Nobody calls it that. Stop calling it that. Hoyo Lab, please. Avid YouTube viewer just came here to say your style of commentary. Such a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome in, Rockstar. Welcome in. What a name. Hold on. Wait, can I not do it unless I log in? No, okay. Thank God. PayPal link on Discord. I gotta put my own PayPal link in my Discord. It's Shaska no Mizuki. Risley and Imaginarium but not chronicled is insane work. Yeah, so what is it? What's the lineup? 2 chronicled banners. 2 patches in a fucking row. Am I missing anybody? Am I missing any important messages? Oh, hi GB Keep. How are you doing? I'm so tired. How are you? I'm doing fantastic after discovering my no fizz Celsius. I'm so happy. I also still need to do this mode. I haven't... I like this mode. I do enjoy the rhythm game mode. I do enjoy me a good rhythm game. But I haven't gotten around to it. Do you guys know? Has anybody heard Aino's theme? I hadn't heard Aino's... I hadn't watched Aino's trailer. And I hadn't heard her theme before performing it in fucking... In the rhythm game mode. Oh my god, why the hell is it actually one of the best themes in the game? That is Aino. That is Aino. They turned her into a marketable song. What the fuck? I like the Luna numbering best because you know exactly what patch you're in. Luna 5 is the 5th when 6.5 is the 6th. I guess. I just want consistency. If they're gonna do the name of the patch, I don't know. It makes sense that they're doing it. But the fact that they haven't done it up to this point is what messes me up. Because I have been referring to patches as 6.0, 6.1. And the first time you make that adjustment and you realize, 6.5 is the 6th patch of the cycle, it's not really hard to remember. 4-star RS2 are often most catchy. I love Farazan and Cole. Massive call. Incredible call out you got there. Love the rhythm game so much. I should start sweating the user-made tracks again. Hi, Mooney Babbler. Welcome in. I stay away from those. I'm not good enough for those. Grinded her and poured her into a vinyl is what I'm hearing. Yeah, exactly. 20 stream streak from Yuli. Congratulations. Also, did we get a shout-out for Yuli? I don't ask because I assume that my moderators will do it now, but I don't think it happened now. All the new rhythm stuff is super fun. Yeah. I think generally they choose good songs, but there's often one song that absolutely mogs all the rest of them. Last update, it was Siegewein. Siegewein's song destroyed everything else that was available, and in this update, it's I Know. Mods completing IT too, yeah. Yeah, mods, can you just please do my IT for me? Why was a shout out given to Baron Bunnygum? What the fuck? I'm tired. Maybe because there's a cooldown on shoutouts, right? What the fuck? What is that? All right. Just somebody remember to do it, or everybody just follow Knight of Cavelot, since we can't do a shout out right now. And hi Kahir. Oh my god. And now Kahir. Are we following Baron Bunnygum? Apparently. Now you can, well, you can't get your shout out either because of the fucking cooldowns. But everybody follow Kahir too. Aqua just beefing me because I accidentally banned them. Oh, of course. Alright, yeah. Thank you for taking care of all those. Thing in the name of the patches are always Luna X now, but people go at 6.x and it makes everything more confusing when it's supposed to become easier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like the confusion. I think that the older method causes a little bit of confusion, but once you learn, it's not really confusing at all anymore. It's that they haven't been consistent about it, and that people are used to the old version. So it becomes confusing because nobody is able to fucking communicate. I expect financial compensation from Aqua. Alright, sounds good. Hi Aaron, how are you doing? Anyways, I haven't even found what I'm looking for. Quality of life events. Is it further down? Am I stupid? Or are these not... These are not the official patch notes. These are some motherfucker. These are some motherfucker. This is not Hoyo. Here's everything you need to know about. Shut up. Give me the Hoyo post. Do I have to send the link at third time? Yeah, you do. No, that's not... Copy link. Mona Shincha Risley Rosari. It's just Chaska. Chaska was the only difference. Why did I even need to see this? Why couldn't we have just said Chaska was the only difference? I appreciate being thorough. I guess you know what? If somebody had said Chaska's the only difference, I would have said, I don't trust you. Let me look myself. So it's the community getting stuck in the past that made it confusing, but it's not like anything is going to change now. We're too deep in. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. We're too deep in. Am I part of the problem? Maybe. Maybe I am part of the problem. Who knows? Let me take another bite of my dinner before it gets really, really cold. If you could see me, sorry. I'm still chewing a tiny bit because I was so excited to share this with you guys. If you could see, when I muted myself, I was like, wait, does my headset mic pick up? Like, if I'm not making any noise on my main microphone, but I am making noise in my headset microphone, does the VTuber still pick it up? And sure enough, I'm fingying, I'm putting my fingers all over my fucking headset mic, and look at that motherfucker go. Look at that motherfucker go. Loves it. What you eating? A stir fry I made. A lovely chicken and green bean stir fry. Did you bring enough dinner to share with the rest of the class? I'm so sorry I didn't. I'm so sorry I fucking didn't. Okay. Is that... No. As long as we're fucking here. As long as we are fucking here, might as well do the real stream, right? Fingering the headset mic on stream and nobody... Yeah, no. I'm not going to get banned on Twitch. They like me too much. Twitch loves me. I'm the #1 Twitch streamer. Chicken and green bean sounds yummy. It is. It's wonderful. And it was just like with a black bean sauce, black bean, soy sauce, cornstarch. Just some shit that tastes good. Blunder resolved. Thank you. Kazuo was yesterday. Cole Trust, maybe. Nope, Inazuma. 1.6. So between 1.7 1.7 didn't exist. It's between 2.0 and 2.8. That's all cooking is about, just random bullshit. You just throw bullshit that tastes good together. There it is, the shout out finally happened. Is it Raiden? I mean, this doesn't knock anything out. This really is not helpful at all. I could go for a Raiden, yes. I'm riding, baby. I'm riding. Okay. Is that Miko? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I'm about to fall asleep, don't blame me. This is all Aqua's fault. Everybody blame this on Aqua. Meese is the second coming of Escoffier? Why would you say that? Why would you fucking say that? I have half a mind to remove you as managing moderator. That is my option over on YouTube when I click on your name. I have half a fucking mind. Good morning. I'm in the habit of enjoying a cup of tea before breakfast. Shall I pour some for you? This could be like 10 different guys. Lisa? Is she really nice enough? Okay, I have multiple Lisa answers. Is he giving Ryo? I don't think it's Ryo. Ryo's the tea guy, but I don't think Ryo is kind enough to... He wouldn't say, like, shall I pour some for you? He'd be like, you want some? He wouldn't say, I'm in the habit of enjoying a cup of tea before breakfast. He'd be like, I'm just about to have this tea. You want some? It's a little too proper. I could see Lisa. Navia, maybe. Literally everyone loves tea now that I think about it, right? I'll do a Lisa guess. We have multiple guesses for Lisa. Okay, well. YouTube page goes down with me. Can you even make that threat? Are you in a position to make that threat? I'm feeling like... Hint. God damn it. God fucking damn it. 100% Varka. It's 100% Varka. Still think it's Lynette on Sean Dury. Dury, I'm thinking Sean. The Sean I'm thinking of, because I initially was like, that's D-Luke, but that's Sean Chiplock. That's not Sean Dury. Is that Baiju? Ito? No, I know Ito. Ito's Max Middleman. I think it's Baiju. Yeah, Sean Dury. Yeah, Sean Dury. I was like, I know that voice actor. I was immediately going to guess it was D-Luke. Because I was like, I know that's a Sean. I know that fucking Sean. I know that Sean anywhere. But then I remembered, I was like, oh, it's a different Sean. And then I remembered it's this one. Because I had a little bit of a Baiju phase when he first came out. I'm going to say it every single time. Baiju was the thing that got me kind of into this game more seriously. I started watching the Zjef Baiju pre-release was what I think fucking doomed me to actually understanding this game. Because I was like, I was really interested in Baiju and I wanted to know how good he was before he came out. And he was like, he just heals. And I'm like, whatever, I don't care. He's a Sino support and I care about Sino. I pulled everything around Sino that year. This is legitimately like... No, both Natlin and this year, I tended in past years to pick a carry and pull around that carry for the entire region. But since they've been doing more like pre-made fucking best teams, I haven't been doing that as much. Met him once. He was really nice. He bought an Alta print when I was conventing. That's awesome. He seems like a kind-hearted man. Forgot this character existed till I heard the voice. I like Baiju. I don't forget Baiju. Default to Sethos because they kind of play the same. I just like Electro. I like Electro. I like EM. Sethos, for all intents and purposes, is mostly just a better Sino. I really hate to be a Sino hater because I love Sino so much. But Sethos is pretty much just like, hey, what if we made a Sino that like worked? What if we made a Sino that wasn't riddled with fucking issues? What if we just made a character that did his job? So, kind of, yeah. Kind of, that's why I upgraded to Sethos. And he's prettier, I fear, and he's prettier. And he's far prettier. Okay, we haven't even finished the Genshindle for today. Were you playing Burn Team Net then? Yes, I was. When I got Emily, I was playing... I remember one of the first Soluna videos that I ever found was him being like, Polearm's only Sino has a real team now because of Emily. Because you can play Emily, Toma, and Sino. And he can do like Overburn stuff. And I was like, oh wait, holy shit, I've been playing this team? But I've been playing Fischl last slot. That was also... It was a team that was in the very first video I ever made in my first Emily. My first video was about Emily. I was like, Emily's really cool because she gives Sino a better Dendro option. But yeah, that's how I found Soluna, because I was like, oh, he's showcasing a team that I already play. And I think I'm like somewhere in the comments of that video saying, yeah, no, you're good with C6 Fischl. And you don't like overtake. You still have enough pyro going for Emily. Daily ability. That's Ayaka. Ah! Get out of here. Emojis. I don't know why I always guess Sayu first when it's sleeping, but I guess I gotta get it right eventually. First Meese video, thank you for linking it, Starshade. You guys shouldn't go and watch it. It's not very good. There's a reason why it has like... I think 1,500 views or something. People go back and watch it because it's my first video, but it's not particularly great. Sleepy is either Layla or Sayu. There's like other sleepers, right? There's gotta be other sleepers. Okay. I keep opening the Dummel and being like, today's gonna be the last day that I do the Dummel. Oh, they blocked the DPS this time again. I'm pulling out the calc. You guys know what calc is short for? 11340626 divided by 88.83 is 127k DPS. Holy shit. 579 views. Can we get 20 million big booms? Could be Shilonen. Calcite? Yeah. That's what calc is short for. You're a very good guesser. Ganyu is a sleeper? I guess Ganyu is a sleeper a little bit. But I would expect... For Ganyu, they always do, like, coconut milk and then a goat. But sometimes that means Chi-Chi. Sometimes it means Ganyu. Sometimes it means Chi-Chi. Who are other sleepers? We got Sayu, we got Layla, we got... There's got to be another sleeper, surely. Durin, technically, Durin does have a sleeping idol. I guess it's mostly, yeah, Layla and Sayu. Wow. I totally thought there were more sleepers than that. Okay, 81% contribution from the primary damage dealer, 15% from a secondary, 1%, 3%. Hello, ma'am. Good to see you. Fuck. Okay. It has a Hydra and a Geo. Is this a Mualani team? Is this like Shilone and Mualani? It has one Geo, one Hydro. It is so overload, yeah. I don't know what overload team would have this spread. I guess maybe like a Varesa Durin. You might be able to do that. But I don't know if Varesa Durin hits that DP. I think Chevy is still better than Durin for Varesa, right? I do believe. I do indeed believe. Has a Hydro. I could go for the Mualani guess. Right? Like, what other Geo Hydro team is going to hit 130k DPS? Also, I still... we will end off the stall with Epic's character review. And you know what? I'm going to open it up right now in the tab so I don't forget. I'm going to open it up right now so I don't fucking forget about it. We're going to look at your Columbina. You said you just got a DPS at Columbina. That'll be great to look at. Is this Arle? I don't think it's Arlecchino. I don't think an Arlecchino team looks like this. I don't think an Arlecchino team hits 127k DPS and looks like this. Dern means sleepy in Old Norse. Oh, okay. This looks Mawika as fuck. Not anymore, I don't think. Does Vate Mawika hit these numbers? Air 3 request just got approved. I came hard. What the fuck? Congratulations. I don't know what's going on, but congrats. I'm just gonna punch in Shilonin Mualani. Should I use any of the hints? I don't know. Boom. Fuck, wait, what? Has an Animo. Has an Animo. It is Shilonin. It has an Animo. It has a Hydro. What? 127k has an Animo, has a Hydro, has Shilonin. Nuvi, no. Is it just Hypernuve with investment? Is it Hypernuve with investment? I'm gonna be pissed off. It could be Hypernuve with investment. It could be Hypernuve with investment. Strongest hit? It's 100k. I don't know. Does Nuve hit 100k with C1R1? I don't know. I'll just punch it in. I'm upset that it's Nuvi with investment because I would have liked it to be a different team that I didn't think about. Ugh. Fuck off. I don't think I'm playing the Dummel anymore. I think I'm going to remove that bookmark. Bye-bye. Delete bookmark. I think the Dummel's over. I think we're not going to do the Dummel anymore. I think it's never really that interesting. I think it's potentially fun. It was kind of fun. Maybe at one point I might ask here to do a few more. Cause it's fun when you do it's fun when you have a limited selection of units that you're kind of familiar with. So you can kind of get weird with the teams. Hi, Open Symbol. Welcome into Twitch side of things. Can it be Chaska? I want it to be Chaska one day. But it never is going to be Chaska. No one's ever going to submit Chaska. Who even does hypercarry Nuvi in this day and age? Fucking dickheads. You are objectively evil if you play Nuvalette in 2026. Clip that. Clip it and ship it. Meese hates you personally, and I'm gonna try to harm you if you play Hypercarry Nouvellette. Hi, Saluna. How are you doing? I didn't realize you were ending stream this soon. How are we doing? I don't even know if I'm gonna do Imaginarium today. Welcome in, everybody. This is non-binary on non-binary violence. Oh, I'm sorry, Andros. I'm so sorry. Do you play Nouvellette? Do you play Hypercarry Nouvellette? Huh? It's the last day? Yeah, so the thing is, Epic, I promise I will get to this review in a second. I promise I won't forget. The thing is, I haven't gotten full stars on it. So I was thinking of going back into the theater and getting full stars just to, have the full stars. I get an elixir, but do I care about an elixir? Not fucking really. And thank you for doing the shout out, Aqua. I don't really care about getting the elixir, but I kind of would like to do it just to do it. But then I was like, but theater's going to reset tomorrow. So then I'm going to have to do another theater stream on Thursday. And I don't know. I don't know if I want to do another. I don't know if I want to do 2 IT streams in a row. What if I play Electrocharge or Hyperbloom Nuvi? That's great. I love that. But you're going to get nuked by me if you play Hypercarry Nuvi. You can use it to craft a new Venti artifact. I don't need a Venti artifact, and also I have enough elixirs to do that already. Fun content? Maybe. We'll see if I feel like it after I finish my stall. Hasn't even been an hour yet. But how are we going? How are we doing? How is your experience with the... I was there for a decent amount of your IT stream. You don't have to do Theater Thursday. I guess I don't have to. But then I won't get to do it until next week. And I kind of want to see the stuff. I like getting the... I like the new poses. That's the only... what's it called? Those are the only rewards that update with each theater of season, right? Define Hypercarry Nuvi. It is specifically that one team. With Farina, Shilona, and Kazuha. That one, nothing else counts. Just that one team. I hate it. Are you not going to do Linnea polls, or did I miss the announcement? I haven't made the form for it yet. I'm going to make it at the end of this stream. And then I will send out the form. But we are doing Linnea polls. What are we getting for Thespian stuff? I don't know. I tend to stay unspoiled about that. Happy Trans Visibility Day? Oh my god, is that today? Happy Trans Visibility Day, everybody. I won't be invisible today. Oh my god, it is. Happy Trans Visibility Day, everybody. What are the poses for? I don't know. I don't look at those leaks because I like to be surprised. They're not even leaks. They announce what characters are going to be getting poses. Can't wait to be invisible again tomorrow. It's for April Fools. I can't believe they made 2 holidays for me right in a row. Day of Trans Visibility and then April Fools. Okay. Let's look at this gosh dang Comba Bimba. This DPS set Comba Bimba. We have actually a nice chunky amount of ER only in substats and prototype Amber. I imagine you have no issues getting your burst. Considering I have some slight difficulties getting my burst at like 130 ER on my DPS set Columbina. I would probably be comfy at around 140, 150, and I run her on a weapon that doesn't give any energy. So I imagine you are completely fine on energy, and that's really cool. That's really nice. Crit rate is looking a tiny bit low. Adjusting for everything, it's 80. No, it's 90, because it's 10 from Lauma, it's 15 from passive, it's 30 from set, so that's 90 altogether, so never mind. You're looking great. It's a fantastic ratio. Thank you for reminding me. Hi, Apple Duck. What are the poses for? Oh, they're for the camera mode. They are for the camera mode. You can do poses on your characters. That's why they're usually just idols, because the Imaginarium theater poses, whatever they're called, the thespian tricks, they're just used to make it easier to take pictures of characters doing idols, because you can force them to do idols whenever you want. I have 99 crit rate because C2 Nahida. Oh, beautiful. Will you being Lunar or Visionary? If I do it, I will do Lunar. If I do it, I'm doing lunar. But yeah, this guy, if anything, you're maybe a little bit high on energy recharge, but the rest of your stats are very, very nice, and it's going to be difficult to get an upgrade over this. Circlet, I can't even complain about Circlet because if you have exactly 100 fucking crit rate, why does Columbina get 3 trillion crit rate? Because they didn't want you running her with Sack Jade. That's the number one. I legitimately think that it is probably the reason they gave her so much crit rate. Not the only reason, but one of the leading reasons. Sack Jade is a fucking incredible weapon for her, and it would be a lot easier to use it on her if it wasn't so easy to overcap on her. Came here from the Nefertips video. Hello, welcome in. That's a rare one. That one wasn't even all that popular. And hello, Gabriel. We're all a little bit high. Who says who? Thought you said train visibility. Yeah, that's the other. This stream certainly promotes train visibility. Rest of this build, you have still pretty hefty HP rolls. Although HP doesn't matter an incredible amount because it only determines the base scaling of her charge attacks, which, ooh baby, that's doo-doo stinky. She mostly cares about crit in her DPS playstyle because Lauma Quills don't scale off HP, Lauma Quills don't scale off EM, but you have a lot of crit going on. You do have a lot of crit going on. It might be better to I mean, I don't know. Widsith maybe? Widsith could very well be better than Prototype Amber. Because right now, Prototype Amber is cool for the defensive utility that brings, but if you don't need the energy that it gives because you already have a lot of energy, and if HP isn't an incredibly good damaging stat on Columbina, it's very possible that even without any passive, Widsith might be better. And with the 200 EM passive, it is likely just better. I don't even know if I could. I would like to make another Nefer video, but I don't know if I'm going to be fucking able to. I need healing for Nilu Bloom. Okay, you need healing for Nilu Bloom. I would Prototype Amber my Lauma, but it probably doesn't matter that much. Oh, sweet, I didn't miss this all. Hi, Dorsal. How are you doing? How are you doing? You mostly missed it. You mostly missed it. I think I did just finish out this stall, except never mind. Maxi wants me to look at their horrible, abysmal Kave. It can't be worse than mine. It cannot be worse than mine. What if 2 Pambers? Unfortunately, Pambers don't stack. If you use 1 Pamber and then you use the second one after that, it cancels out the effect of the first Pamber and it only uses the effect of the second Pamber. Kave mentioned we got a bunch of Kave tweakers in chat. Use them at different times. Oh yeah, I guess actually, if you use Columbina Burst as like the first thing in your rotation, and you use Llama Burst as the last thing in your rotation right before you swap back into Columbina, I guess you can balance it out. But yeah, I was watching 5 minutes behind. Okay, what were you agreeing with? I saw your agreed message, and I was like, I guess I said something smart. But I don't know what it was. I don't know what we're talking about. Let's look at this Kave. That is definitely worse than mine. It is... What con is my Kave? I'm such a fake Kave fan. I don't even know what constellation he's at. I think he's at C3. He might be at C4. He is at C4. Oops. Bina has free crit to make Sack Jade worse? Okay, yeah. I believe that is one of the largest reasons that she ascended crit rate, got free crit rate passive. At least still quite good for off-fielding. At least we do have that, yeah. I do enjoy. I am absolutely in love with my... Sorry, I need to sidetrack because I am in love with my accidentally stupid Columbina build. My stupid off-field Columbina build, which is... What was I doing? I was running... Yeah. It was this configuration. And I was running Prototype Amber. Or I don't know, something else. And I was like, you know what? This does... Oh, hold on. Never mind. Oh, that's why. I fucked up. I used to use this one. I need to stop using Quick Equip, guys. I need to stop using quick equip. I had a pretty decent build going, but I was like, my crit ratio is definitely a little bit skewed, and I have a bunch of energy recharge, so even though the energy from Pamber is nice, I don't really need it. So I was looking at my build and I was like, this is a pretty nice build. This is a pretty acceptable build, but it definitely can get better. And then I realized if I just swap to fucking Sack Jade, look at this shit. I have a 95, 179 crit ratio, 208 energy recharge build, and I still get, excuse me, I choked on my own words there. I still get 30k HP without the passive of Sack Jade kicking in, and with the passive of Sack Jade kicking in.
Let's go. The world is
Shot caller from Meese using quick equip. Yeah, we'll get on that. Can we make that a donation goal? Can we make that a new donation goal? That if you guys donate enough money, I'll buy a shot collar every time I use quick equip. Finally an Emily rerun I can pull on and I'm broke. Oh no! Well, you have a whole patch. You basically have a whole patch because Fontaine Chronicled is second half. But that is indeed a rough situation. Come Beam, get out here. Get out here.
I will follow where you lead.
How many substats is that build? Not a ton. What's so funny about it is I did not specifically farm for Columbina. I didn't care about Columbina all that much. So I was like, whatever, I'll just throw whatever shit I have on her. And it just so happened that I accidentally had a fucking... It's not crazy, but it is up there. It's not crazy, but it is up there. Do I at least have her in my showcase? Because we can check then. I do not have her in my showcase. Why would I have her in my showcase? Let's get rid of... Fuck, who do I want to get rid of? I guess Leopold. Because Dorsal already drew him. So she doesn't need the reference anymore. We want a shot caller redeem without cooldown? Maybe. That'll be the first, like, interactive redeem that actually does something. Happy Cake Day? Wait, what? All those C6 units in a showcase. What a whale. My bad. Look, my Xinyan's relatable. She's only C4. Who is it? Oh, it's Frosty's birthday. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Congratulations on living another year. Happy birthday. Shot collar when we do the face cam. Yeah. It'll be brought in together. All right. Kamba Bimba updated. I'm going to put this back up and we can review this Kave while I log back out and log back in to update my thing. Bish. Kave. ER crit rate. Why are we crit rating? You do have a pretty solid ratio. You do have nice substats. But you don't have Dendro damage bonus. You don't have... Mostly Dendro damage bonus. You don't have that much attack. Like, crit stats are your only damaging stats. So you're not going to be doing a crazy amount. This looks mostly like a Bloom Kave. And your crit rate circlet is likely not doing you very much good here. Although EM probably also doesn't do you that much good. With Flameforged, ER Sands is overkill. That as well. It depends on the team. It definitely does depend on the team. But usually, like I was gonna say, you can have situations where Kave isn't getting that many reaction triggers and he doesn't get to proc Flameforged Insight. But if you're not playing him in a team where he can make use of Flameforged Insight's passive, don't use Flameforged Insight. So yeah, definitely. It's probably a little bit overkill to be doing ER Sands with Flameforged Insight. You could probably just get away with ER passives. This is a fine Sands, a bunch of attack rolls, and some okay crit rolls, but it's not for Kave. It's not for Kave, certainly. Kave not doing much good anyways, yeah. Kave kind of has two build paths, and it's all EM to make use of that healing passive, or it's just say, fuck it, ignore his kit, let's do some damage, and you build him attack damage crit or ER damage crit, depending on your weapon. So ER, EM, crit. It's like a functional build, I guess. It's not going to be that much worse than pure EM. You definitely you just get it online and Kaveh can stand on field and do his fucking job. But you're not going in any kind of one direction so far. Now let's look at my Columbina. Fuck. I don't have me saved. One Direction? Yeah, One Direction. It's also a free interview? Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just doing this first. Please? Fuck you. Make my Venti build better. Make my Venti build better because why are you not accounting hex buffs yet? Number 20, she doesn't have a bunch of crit value. That's what, for never having specifically, that's what's specifically funny about my Columbina build. For having never farmed for Columbina, this is a pretty alright build. Want to see Dahlia fan art? Sure. Sure, I'd love to see some Dahlia fan art. Now let's look at Moss's Farina. I think I could farm enough wishes to get Varka C6. Currently C2 by the time he runs again. I think you would have to get pretty lucky. But you can definitely guarantee, I think, up to like C4 by the time he reruns. Better be Tenacity Farina? Better. It's not Tenacity Farina. 72, 176, 209. Wow, you keep good subs. Even though you're on Fab Sword, you do keep good subs. I really like that. Fucking nuts flower. I hate this flower and I'm gonna kill you to get this flower. Feather is also looking pretty nice. This Farina is pretty well taken care of. That's the crit rate. This Farina is pretty well fucking taken care of. Level 8 burst, level 9 skill. This is the okay, never mind. This is not a very well taken care of Farina. She's very well taken care of over here. But if your eyes stray a little bit too far to the left, she starts struggling a little bit. Art sharing channel? Art sharing channel. Oh, wait, I already looked at this. Yeah, cute Dahlia. Everybody look at the cute Dahlia. It's not working. Everybody look at the cute Dahlia. There you go. There's your cute Dahlia fan art for the day. I just got her on last banner. Okay, alright. So it seems we've spent a lot of time in the domain. Your AR-60. Okay, level 88 is just a thing we do, I guess. Your AR-60, so you've probably been playing for a while. This is the byproduct of Ryo farming? That's what it sounded like to me. I was like, this just seems like we were farming for other stuff and we just so happened to get a cracked Farina build. But that's a really good-looking Farina build. I do have a good amount of respect for this Farina build. Hi Rune, how are you doing? Dahlias are a beautiful flower, aren't they? But you know who's a more beautiful flower? Razor. We haven't even done the fucking resin spending yet. I'm so good at this stall shit, I don't even try. I don't even fucking try. I don't have to, baby.
Let's investigate this further.
Actually, I should just be... I don't know. I don't care. I don't care what I'm doing.
Increasing our combat strength? I'll do my best.
What is this team? It's not... I'm really sorry to disappoint, but sometimes I do just switch units around, so I have a bunch of units that I want to be showing off for any given reason. And it's not actually meant to be a team. Almost an hour and it feels like it's been 20 minutes. I don't know how I fucking do it. I legitimately don't understand how I do it. It does feel like I've been streaming for 20 minutes and not 50. Anyways, I'm looking for Bennett.
Gonna be epic.
And this team is unfortunately just a friendship team. I've just been playing Varka teams where I replace the second Animo with fucking Albedo. Because that feels like it impacts the team building a little bit less. Did I just get a text message from someone important? Oh no, I got one of those random texts from like, we are hiring. Rate my Linnea, haha, I get the joke. Imposter checking. Love GT so much, I can put it on everyone. I put it on everyone I can. I've been getting the desire to get back into Golden Troop and Marechaussee, because Jesus Christ, my pieces on those sets are not good. So yeah, I usually just put Albedo in Varka teams in the place of the second Animo, because I feel like it's less impactful. And it's friendship. It's good friendship. It's good friendship. Anyways, let's lock in. We have a lot of fucking resin to be spending right now. Is it stalling or is it autism? The world may never know. Never ever. Take this shit back, okay? Take this shit back from your rightful owner. Get the fuck out of here. Kamba Bimba. You're really the LeBron of stall. Thank you. I don't know if I can take that title. I guess I can. I don't even try to do it. I don't even try to do it. It's not an intentional bit. Oh boy. You know what? It's fine. I think, have I mentioned this before? I think Skyward Pride looks really, really good on Varka. Especially when he's infused with Pyro. I think it looks really fucking nice. It kind of feels like an anti-version of his default Claymore. So even though they are similar in color palette, it feels like they're different enough to look stylistically different. That's too low, you're the Jesus of stall. Thank you for correcting yourself. Can we do a poll? We can do a poll, but I don't know if that's going to determine the truth. Wow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Greatly appreciated. Oh yeah, update on the Razor talents. We are now at 999. So 966 really. Of course you use Skyward. Whatever would Varka do without his burst? Whatever. Honestly matches his offhand really well. Exactly. Thank you for not calling me insane. It looks really fucking nice on him. It's almost like he is a Mondstadt unit that is... And regions tend to have certain color palettes associated with different elements. Like, an Inazuma Electro looks different from a fucking Mondstadt Electro. Except for what's-her-name. Except for fucking what's-her-name. The funny girl. The funny... I mean, do we not know her name? We don't know her name. The little funny evil Nahida. Orange and cyan combo slaps even harder. Do I have a Claymore that can look like that? Adihan is her name, of course. Varka without his burst is like Gru without his nose. I'm wondering what made you make that specific comparison. I like it. I like it. But I'm a little curious as to what made you think of that specifically. Why Gru? The Labubu. I guess she's a Labubu. Is that what we decided on? Oh, alright, alright. I'm gonna burst because I am curious to see... Wait, what?
On me.
Okay. Oh, wait! These waves, hold on, because I thought the waves that happen, because the reason people are saying, haha, funny burst Varka, is because this gets an additional effect. After using an elemental burst, a vacuum blade that does 80% of attack as damage to opponents will be created along its path. Wait, what the fuck? This is worded like an insane person. You get 80%, an instance of 80% physical damage when you hit with normal or charged attacks. And I wanted to see how the waves spawned, but it seems like they spawn in like predetermined either horizontal or vertical. So I did a diagonal slash and I thought the wave was going to look diagonal, but it was horizontal. Does it work on both of his claymores? I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Yes. Wizard of Autism 1. We all grew to love Varka. Recently on a Moonlight Great Sword trip and the Skyward now reminds me of it. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Feels a little less mystical, but... Skyward Blade Cloran, the goat. My favorite part about Skyward Blade Cloran is the guy who made the Skyward Blade Cloran video had to make another follow-up video being like, hey guys, it's not actually like a good thing that you should be doing. It just kind of is something that you can do. Whee! More claims, more claims, more claims. Why am I not getting any golds now? Varka's grew because in first Not Cry trailer, he says he came for the moon. Of course, how could I forget? So like I'm gonna hit with my normal, and there's just gonna be one horizontal thing. Is that? That looks like one. That just looks like one. Is there a cooldown on the effect? Well, you can only get 8 vacuum blades, so I guess there's a limitation on that. But I don't know if it's counting like a cooldown, or it probably counts individual, like, because what? There are motion values, like his second normal attack does, excuse me, fucking god. His second normal attack does 2 separate instances of damage, so I imagine that for the purposes of Skyward Blade, it probably just counts this as one multiplier. Also, thank you, Title. Thank you, Title, for not playing the music when I want you to play the music. Why Hoyo hates fun? I couldn't tell you. Did he just say I'm getting too cock?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
I'm getting too cock. I'm getting far too cock. Get him! Get him, white man! Evil, crazy white man! I really love Varka, my evil, crazy white man. Like putting river... What's possible but not recommendable? Putting river water in your socks is possible but not recommendable. Very true and real. Follow Kahir for more nuggets of wisdom.
On me.
Come on. You're only getting 2 cock for Christmas because you've been bad? No! Don't take it away from me. Stop it. I promise I'll promise I'll be good. If I can instead get 3 cock, I promise I will be good. Boop. Ow. I feel like I'm a little bit stupid and wrong for prioritizing Razor's talents as I am. And that's why I was initially just gonna full force. Usually what I do with talents is I just get the priority talent up to level 10, and then after I'm done doing that, I'll level up the other talents. Maybe I'll get a few early levels if I really feel like it. But usually I just max out the first one available to me. Come on. But on Razor, I haven't been doing that. On Razor, I've been doing a balance because I'm like, well, his skill damage is actually meaningful, and his burst is pretty meaningful. Come on. Originally gonna do my weaker review, but I finished the Columbina build today. Well, I greatly prefer looking at the Columbina build. Wait, I've been doing 20 resin claims this whole time? Okay, that makes me feel a bit better. I thought I was doing 40 resin claims and getting like 2 books. But it seems I indeed used up all my luck for the day on that first claim. You do not want to see... As far as Hoyo knows, it is still Trans Day of Invisibility. They do not want to see me winning. They really don't want to see me winning. Fuck me. Conversation has certainly gone in a direction. Straight towards Gru's nose and 2 cocks. And Varka's Claymore. That's why there's 3 cocks. Ha 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 ha, funny. What if, like, everybody's always making the joke about Varka's 3rd claymore? What if I just start talking about Varka's 3rd penis? Will anyone get mad? Will anyone be upset? Hi, Thenia. What a fucking time to enter the stream. Ooh, Layla has been my absolute goat recently. I don't know what it is. She's been giving me so many extra books. That's why I watch you over other content creators. I'm just keeping it real, okay? I'm just keeping it real. Yeah, guys. Haha, Varka's 3rd penis. Then you stop thinking, or you start thinking and you go, wait, what? Where are the other 2 penises? I thought the joke was about claymores. I'm late. I was playing the HSR beta. Hi Kira. How are you doing? On his chest. Of course, that's where the other 2 penises are. I prefer Layla. Eula really makes me extra books. Yeah, Layla's been fucking loving me recently. Layla's been adoring me. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh my god, I'm telling you guys. I think it's because I used her to clear Stygian. I do believe it is because I used her to clear Stygian. She's been like, alright, I'll be nice to you this patch. That's the new secret, is you have to use your units that you craft stuff with. You have to use them in Stygian, and then they'll give you a bunch of extra mats. That's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. And her damage was actually fucking meaningful, because I cleared by an absolute hair. Where's my clear? Well, actually, I think I did pretty okay here. I think this clear I was like maybe 3 seconds off, but my first clear I absolutely needed Layla's damage. Yeah, 3 seconds off here. Layla's damage is meaningful here. She gets Shenhe buff, she's getting red shredded, she has a few damage buffs in her constellations. DPS testing for this team, Layla gets a fresh 8%. Is 8% a lot? No. But is 8% DPS the difference between this team clearing Automaton and not? Probably. Probably. Could another unit also do more than 8% here? Yeah, but stop asking questions. It's not important. Meese, will you be pulling on the Fontaine Chronicle? Oh, yeah, I also remembered. So sorry, Saluna. I saw your message earlier, and you asked whether I still plan on pulling Emily Sig. Yes. That is the one thing I can guaranteed say I am going to be getting next patch. After that... Oh, yeah, this is actually a good time to talk about that, because I didn't talk at all about my Chronicled plans. I didn't do it in the last stream. I don't think I did it in the Pokemon stream. But number 1 priority next patch... Emily Sig. I am not getting through next patch without getting Emily Sig. I have a decent amount of pulls already. I have time to farm up. We're getting a new area, and I have some pity on the Chronicle banner. I think I have about 44 pulls. Because I was like, fuck it. I did some pulls on the Chronicle banner because I kind of wanted an elegy. I was like, whatever, I'll be fine. I'll be happy if I get an elegy. I have completely changed my mind on elegy. Elegy is not something I am willing to go on Chronicled for anymore. But the reason why I wish on the Chronicled banner was so I could get enough star glitter so I could get Ningguang C6. I have some pity built up on the banner, and I can already hit soft pity with the wishes that I have and the pity that I have on Chronicled. So I just need to farm up enough in case I lose my 50-50. The humble Siegewein Sig on its way to bless you. Siegewein is second priority. Full priority list for me is number 1 is Emily Sig. After I get Emily Sig, maybe if I have enough wishes, I am willing to throw some more at Siegewein. After that, I would like to get a Chlorand. After that, Emily Cons. I don't think I'm going to be getting Emily Cons this time around. I think I am going to have to wait for another Chronicle banner to get Emily Cons. But maybe this time, if they're running the Chronicle banner, if they're running 2 patches, 2 Chronicle banners in a row, maybe this means that they're going to do Chronicle banners more often. Maybe, who knows? So maybe I'll be able to get, maybe it won't be 2 fucking years until I'm able to pull for Emily again. Maybe it will, who knows? Just making sure the banner lineup is. Banner lineup next patch is Linnea Chaska first half, Lauma Nefer Chronicled Banner second half, with Chronicled Banner being Navia, Linny, Emily, Sejuin, Clarand. Recommend Layla if she's C4, but otherwise you're probably better off building Rosaria. Well, I hate to say it, but C4 doesn't really meaningfully change how good Layla is. C4 is kind of shit from a butt. It's not terrible, it's not worthless, but it doesn't do a whole lot. Layla is mostly good for her innate high rate of cryo hitting, and she is specifically good against Automaton for that reason. Otherwise, she's not particularly useful in many teams. You won't see Layla in many Stygians outside of Cryo Automaton, but she can be usable as a shield option. No Ryo, no Ryo. My only thought is that they might be trying to run him soon. I don't know. Can't wait for the video. Don't pull for weapons, kids. Yeah. I still recommend against pulling weapons, but Emily is different. Emily is I do not have any justification. Like Durin Sig, I really like Durin. I really do enjoy Durin a lot. But my reason for pulling Durin Sig was because I was like, oh wait, I can make my Durin into an attack buffer. Yeah, he's not a great attack buffer. It's only 28% attack when you have double hex, 16% without. Which actually I've grown open to the option of using this weapon more in non-hex teams. Because it still is like it's not optimal in non-hex teams, but it's still like not bad. It's still a good stat stick. It still buffs a little bit of attack. But I got it because it was an attack buffing weapon and because I could feasibly see use on other units and I could turn my Durin into an attack buffer. It's not necessarily because I was like, I love Durin and I want to see more damage out of Durin. Emily Sig is different. I love Emily. I want to see more damage out of Emily. And also Emily Sig is meaningful gameplay difference because it gives her energy. It gives her flat energy. It gives her a stupid fucking amount of flat energy. I hope you're getting double the ads because I hope you're getting double the money because I'm getting double the ads. I also hope that. So that I have to skip Emily yet again. Oh no. You're not allowed to. You have to pull Emily. That's a requirement if you want to be in this chat. Haven't lost on Chronicled yet? Well, don't say that much. I say as I've gotten a 5-star once. Yeah, don't say that much. If we're going off 150-50, it's not a very good sample size. Forgetting he's in your team and scrolling away. Yeah, I do that a lot. I do that a fucking lot. Can I see Kave? I miss him? Yeah, sure. Kave. So yeah, those are my Chronicled Wishing plans. Chlorand just gets pushed further and further away. I'll be fucking real about Chlorand. The original reason I pulled for Chlorand on her original banner, but I lost the 50-50, and Sethos was on that original banner, and you all know what happened there. You all know what happened there. So after not getting Chlorand and getting Sethos, I just kind of pivoted to being like, well, I don't really need Chlorand because I have Sethos, and Sethos is fucking awesome. You already have better Chlorand? Yeah, exactly. Do I even really want her that bad at this point? Not really. Sethos made me want Chlorand less. Flynn's made me want her a little bit less, but Flynn's is significantly different enough that I don't think he really impacts my opinions about Chlorand and wanting to have her. But I think it was really Razor. I think me realizing what I realized about Razor and realizing Razor is the unit that he is has kind of put the nail in the coffin for Chlorand on my account. Because they are significantly different. Because even though I have Sino, I've been like, I want Chlorand for the purpose of a faster rotating Electro DPS that isn't so energy reliant, that can do some kind of different reaction based stuff. But since getting Razor, it's like Razor's just that guy. Razor is just what Chlorand is going to be on my account because Razor has a lot of ways to gain energy. He does have high energy needs, but he has a lot of ways to solve them. Surprised you don't have Arlecchino? Yep. I have a lot of respect for her design as a unit. I just don't like how she plays. That is what is most important to me about an on-fielder is, do they feel good to play? And Arlecchino is a no. And for, like, Linny pretty much serves... Linny kills any reason that I would want Arlecchino on my account, because Linny and Arlecchino, the way they fit into teams is very, very similar. Especially now that we're getting less and less incentives to normal attack. Like, we're not getting any Xingqius or Yelans anymore. We're getting off-field abilities that proc automatically that don't require you to do normal attacks. The superficial difference between Arlecchino and Linny, of Linny doing charge attacks and Arlecchino doing normals, is even less important. Linny sucks though. You gotta get better rage bait than that, my guy. Is your Razor and Bennett C6? Yes, they both are. Clarion is fun, but she's not a must-pull based on your electric characters. Yeah, that's my overall opinions about her. Did you see the new gacha game that sexualizes men? No, and I don't care. You know my opinions about gacha games. I play Genshin in spite of it being gacha game. I fucking hate gambling. I can never stick with another gacha game. Anyways, I'm going to mute myself and take another bite of my food because I still haven't finished my dinner. Holy shit, Bunnygum, thank you for the gift. Jesus fucking Christ. Sibling, is it not now cold? It is cold. It is cold. I'm gonna have to reheat it. Unfortunately, it has been an hour and 15 minutes. Weren't you gonna change that sound? No! Why? Weren't you gonna change that sound? Why are you asking? The last 3 times you've asked if I was gonna change that sound, I said no, people like it. I thought I was playing a song on my end. No, it was a fire alarm. That's my gifting sub sound. It is a fire alarm sound. Uncle Bus is eating with me? Yeah, he is. Are you eating pasta? No, I'm not. I'm having a stir fry, a chicken stir fry that I made. The gifted sub I totally gifted? Wait. Why did I think it was Bunnygum? It was fucking Himiko. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just thought it was a moderator. And I fucking I saw Bunnygum sending messages and I was like, Jesus Christ, thank you so much. One day when I get rich, I'm gonna give 50 subs one by one. I'm so sorry, Himiko. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the gifted. And it also usually is Bunnygum. So sorry. Okay. Don't give in to Big Kira. Keep the fire alarm, please. People like the fire alarm. People indeed like the fire alarm. Oh, we got a hype train going, I guess. Never get rid of the metal pipe sound. Love that one. I actually don't have a metal pipe sound set to any of my alerts, but I could get one. It's not as funny of a joke, I don't think. I think the fire alarm is a little bit less... It's less expected. I don't like the fire alarm. I'm sorry, Ray. Maybe one day we'll hold a vote. We'll hold a vote to see if I can update it along with the other Pikmin-oriented sound effects. The pipe sound was for bigger donations. No, I never had a pipe sound. I have some streams where I did... I had some downtime streams where I did like an hour of silence, but occasionally there's pipe sound. But I never made it an alert sound. What artifact domain have you had the worst luck ever on? I think the Marchose domain. It fucking hates me. It really doesn't like me. Pipes freaked me out every time. That's why I do it intermittently. That's why I only do it intermittently. Thought I was playing a song on my end. Hiatus fan, hi! Yeah, Hiatus fan. I love Hiatus. We have so much Hiatus in the playlist. I'm saying use it for bigger ones? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Which characters do you want on your account besides Siegeween? Maybe Ganyu, and that's kind of it. I have most of the units that I really want. Maybe Ganyu, maybe Clorand. Like, Chlorand, I'd be happy to have a Chlorand. But Chlorand, to me, on my account, feels kind of like how Mizuki is. Where Mizuki, it's like, what the fuck? I like Mizuki. I enjoy Mizuki. I would like to have her available to be played in a few teams. But, like, why would I build Mizuki and put investment into her when I have a fully built Aoife? Like, most of the things that I can do. Also, thank you, Himiko. Converted from a Prime sub into a Tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. I got that one right this time. That was Himiko. So, like, Chlorand, it's like, I like her. I think she is interesting. There are tiny differences in her gameplay. Like, Mizuki has her whole swirl thing. Like, she does a decent amount more swirl damage because of how her whole swirl buffing works. I think it's fine. It's interesting. Didn't mean to convert it. Well, now you got a Prime sub for someone else. But yeah, I think like she has some interesting things going on. I guess I would like to be able to use her as a healing off fielder, but that's less important now that it's a little less important now that Yohoda exists. I guess she still is the fastest rotating Animo healer. Not Dorsal getting the Prime sub drags. Oh no. But yeah, I like, there's nothing particularly interesting that I can really do with Mizuki. It would be kind of cool to have her for the purposes of testing slightly different things from Aoife, but they're not different enough that I really care enough to build her. So it's like, I like Chlorand. There are probably a few things that I could do on my account with the Chlorand, but are they meaningfully different than what I could do with the other Electro carries? I don't think so. Like, mostly I think Overload. Using her as an Overload carry is going to be the biggest thing that I could do with her. Like, I don't have a particularly great Overload carry. I guess now that I have a Razor, I do have a good Overload carry. But given that he's kind of for Overload... And thank you, Andros, for the gifted! Holy shit, we have a Subtrain fucking... Or we have a Hype Train fucking going. Will you pull for Linnea or skip her? I'm planning on skipping her on her first rerun. I really don't give a shit about her kit really at all. Maybe I'll pull her on a rerun because she's fun. She's fun. She's a chill character. She seems fun enough. I think she's a person that a character that I enjoy. And Triple Crown Kave, holy shit, thank you too for the gifted. Subtrain for Train Visibility Day? Yeah! It's Train Visibility Day, everybody. What am I saying? Linnea, I don't really care about Linnea as a unit. I might care about her as a character, and maybe I'll pull her for her on a rerun, but I have no plans to pull her on an initial run. Oh my fucking god. You guys over on Twitch. Kahir with a gift and Baron Bunny with the 5. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you guys. Thank you. Everybody's joining in on the hype train. Everybody's joining in on the hype train. It's actually doing its fucking job for once. Am I non-binary? Can I get a sub? I am non-binary. Can I get a sub? Yeah. Day of hype train visibility, and all the gifted subs are going to go to trans people. Damn it. It gifted a sub to Dr. Crackhorse. Oh no! Not Dr. Crackhorse. Oh, and one to Vague. Hell yeah. We got a Vague gifted. And Andros, thank you so much for the 1 more. But holy shit, we can't be enabling Dr. Crackhorse like that. We can't be enabling Dr. Crackhorse like that. Is everybody gifting just because they want to hear the fucking sound effects? YouTube, you can't even hear the sound effects. You guys just want to hear the sound alert. You want to hear the smoke alarm. I wanted to be higher than Himiko. Sorry. Okay. I forgive you. What was I saying? I was saying Chlorand. I very much feel like, yeah, because now I even have an overload carry. I have a unit that I can use an overload that feels like significantly good, but the annoying part is that he's tied to Bennett because I really do want him to have pyro normals.
Wow.
for the purposes of using him in Overload. Holy shit, Himiko. Oh, now you're back ahead. Now you're back ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Once again ahead on the board. God fucking damn it. You got one up.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
So I don't think I really have much that I would do unique with Cloran that I wouldn't be able to do with any other units that I have. So like I would like her, but would I like to spend the resources to get her, and would I like to spend the resources to build her? Not so much. 99% sure most of those gifted people don't even follow. Yeah, that's how it happens. Got a sub for being NP. Trans up. Trans so up today. The transgenders are so up today. We're so visible. Thank you so much for all the gifts. People love the stall so much they are gifting subs to extend the stall. Fighting with subs? What is this? Some kind of currency war? Okay. I'm on topic. I'm staying on topic, right? I'm not getting distracted. I'm staying on topic. We have a new record hype train. Holy shit. I never even noticed that was a new record. Level 5 hype train. It's already midnight for me. I turned invisible. Is that why I didn't get a sub? Probably. Maybe. Make a stall-a-thon. It would go for ages. Wish I could pin on YouTube. What can I pin? Some kind of currency war? I'll pin the currency war message. I think it's funny. I like it. I want to see if I can do some stuff. Or I can update. And dorsal pin. Thank you for giving Kira that sub. Thank you, Dorsal. Greatly appreciated. Level 5 hype train complete. Alright. So what am I trying to say? My really number one priority right now, who do I care about? I don't really care about Veresa. If I want an Electro unit for Overload, I would much rather play Clorand, because Clorand is usable in a lot more archetypes. I can now have rabies. Congratulations. Clorand is usable in a lot more archetypes because she has lower scaling, so she goes into like Dendra stuff a lot easier. You can go into Electrocharge stuff with her better than you can do with Veresa. Veresa, if you don't play Overload with her, her damage kind of falls off a fucking cliff. So I care about Cloran more than I care about Veresa for having an Overload carry, but that's kind of it that I would really do with Cloran. Tsibai maybe. I think Tsibai is fine. I enjoyed Tsibai enough when I played her a lot in my testing stream. Tsibai, I think the horse is funny. I think that the horse is really fucking funny. I think that hearing the neigh and spawning a big horse statue is very, very funny. You don't need to make up excuses for looking at Clorand. I actually really don't like how she looks, I'll admit. So sorry. I knew it was because of the horse. The horse is so funny. The horse is so fucking funny. I think she's reasonably fun. I think doing like the full 2 normals in a row and then being able to like spam out her skills, I think that's satisfying, even though it feels kind of random whether she can actually make it happen. Did you know Sibai's horse sound has ICD? What the fuck? That's great. I love it. I think the horses are funny. I also would like a reason to use my Idlua. I would like to get an Idlua, so I want to pull up on a Tsibai banner so I can get an Idlua, and then I would like to have a reason to use him. Even though Ningguang is kind of a reason to use an Idlua, I would like to feel like I'm not actively sabotaging myself. Just accept you want to use Idlua? Yeah, no, that is a big reason why I want Tsibai, because I want to use Idlua. I mostly want to lose to not Siegewein. I want Siegewein so bad. I want her so bad. She has interesting constellations, so like on future Fontaine banners, if I am trying to wish for Emily cons and I lose to a Siegewein and I pick up cons there, that'll be fun. She has a really cool C1 that makes her buffing capabilities higher and increases the duration of her skill, so she can get full uptime on Tenacity. C2 fucking shreds Hydra res. C4 extends the duration of her burst. I think it like doubles it, right? It more than doubles the duration of her burst. And then, I mean, the C6 doesn't fucking matter. I'm only really ever going to get C1 and C2. She's also definitely there going to the free con selector. And she's also definitely going to the free con selector. I would expect her to go into the con selector. Maybe not this year. It's possible that they'll do it this year. There's also a Farina review for more stall. There is? Oh, there is. It's Foxtronauts Farina. My bad. I think we're not doing theater at all today. I don't think we're doing theater at all today. Maybe if I really feel like doing it later. But I think there's too many things to talk about. How about Razor? I did see all your messages asking about Razor. Can we do Nuzlocke? No, people are watching. People are Genshining. I need to do... I do... As much as I do like the Nuzlocke, I also do enjoy Genshin Impact. It is why I made my YouTube channel about Genshin Impact. Appeared in 3 events and story quests and never rerun her ever again until now, and that's honestly a crime. That's a lie. You're a fake Siege fan. You just forgot because she ran at literally the worst time ever. She ran on Mizuki debut. What a set of fucking banners. Maybe the worst set of banners of all time. Mizuki and Siegewein on the limited banners, and the 4 stars were Sayu, Xiangling, and Goro. What the fuck was that about? What the fuck was that about? Apparently we're getting a Hexarai support set. We don't know anything beyond the words Hexarai support set, so that's not like meaningful information. That's all we know. We know Hexarai support set. Those words, that's it. Hype chest. What happened in the hype chest? Choo choo. I spit the truth. Choo choo, everybody. It's a hype train. My Sayu is still C2, and you're fine. And you're fine. You caught me. I'm a fraud. Unpin my message for real. No, your message is too funny. We're not unpinning it. Holy skip banners. I don't think my account has a use for her. I don't know that my account has a great use for her. I mostly do just like, I think she's silly. I think she's fun. I want her for that reason. I like pulling shitty units. She's not terrible and unusable, but she's not particularly great. What I really do like is that Escoffier is one of the big reasons. Like, Escoffier, Siegewein wasn't particularly good, but Escoffier kind of took Siegewein's position. She picked Siegewein up, she crumpled her into a tiny ball about, 2 inches across, and kicked her out of the fucking window, sent her flying across all of Fontaine, and she landed in the chasm. Escoffier absolutely fucking murdered Siegewein. She is in the abyss now. But I don't have Escoffier. So Siegewein is still a pretty reasonable option to use with Farina on my account. So I'm happy about that. And that's kind of why I want a Siegewein. Getting Siegewein is part of my anti-Escoffier agenda. I want Siege to replace my Nuvi. I really, really like the fact... Like, she just is a weird design. She just is a really weird, funky design where it's like, oh, she's a healer, but she also buffs a little bit of off-field skill damage, which is obviously meant for Farina, but it's a flexible enough niche. It's like a flexible enough buff that you can potentially use it on other units, especially because it's a flat stack buff. It's not like a damage bonus buff, so you can use it on characters like Dea. Even though she doesn't have particularly good off-field skill damage, you can use that buff and it benefits her as much as it benefits Farina. That's an interesting, cool buff. It gets better with C1. And she has a little bit of DPS in her kit. Her burst is nothing but damage. So you can gear her, you can build her to be a little bit of a damage dealer as well as like a healer and a bit of a buffer. And she has those ministration bubbles. Can't forget about them ministration bubbles. She's funky. Like, I can't think of anything specifically that I really want to do with her immediately, but she's a funky unit, and I feel like I have situations where I, like, might want her. I also would like to get her for Varka. I want to get her for Varka. She good with Varka. Trans icon. Yeah, and she's the trans icon. Hi, Amulet. How are you doing? Official upscale. Just run Emblem Siege. I was thinking of doing Marshal Say Siege. Because you usually run it with Farina anyways, right? Come on, you usually run it with Farina anyways. I'm just gonna steal the Saluna method and do HP crit on her. Because the Saluna method I think was a cool method, and I never got Escoffier to fucking crush Siege Wing into a little itty bitty ball. Goodbye since Razor isn't here. Okay, bye Osu. Sorry. I would actually, I think I meant to say this earlier and I never did. I would like to do more Razor stuff. I would like to do more Razor stuff given that I actually have better investment in him now. I can't crown this, right? I can't crown this. Sack is interesting. Sack isn't... Excuse me, fuck. Sack is interesting. C6 R5 Siege Wing gets 76 bonus crit rate. It's so cooked. She starts with 81 crit rate, so you overcap almost instantly. Well, that's your mistake, is getting R5 Siege Wing. I think that's fine. I don't know. I think that's fine. 81 starting crit rate? That means you just don't have to use Marishose. Are you pulling for Linnea, Nicole, Lohan? I don't know what Nicole or Lohan do yet, so I have no idea. Linnea, probably not yet. Maybe if I'm feeling... No, I don't even think I'm going to be feeling cheeky and do a 10 pull. Because any primos that I dump into Linnea banner are primos that I am not dumping into the Chronicled banner. Like, they don't share pity. And I really want some stuff on Chronicled banner this patch. Well, all pulled Nicole regardless of kit. I don't really care for Nicole at all as a character. I don't really care for any of the nod characters as characters. Aside from Yehoda. Held a message for using channel block terms? Oh, it's because of LOL. I'll allow it. I'll allow it through. But Linnea's so pretty. I think she's fine. I think she's fun. I think she's a cool personality. Nicole has the potential to be a very lame unit design, or pretty, like, I don't know. Right now, all the kit design that I see out of her is being very lame and being hex restrictive. But I don't know. They've been pretty good with hex 5 stars, like Durin and Varka. I think they've both been fairly flexible and been usable outside of their hex applications. They just are best within their hex applications. So I imagine that they'll probably do something along the same lines with fucking Nicole. I mean, even I think the worst 5-star, the 5-star that's gotten it the worst with like doing specific buffs for any given on-fielder is Lauma. And I think Lauma is an interesting unit that can be used in a lot of different contexts by nature of her kit having way too much shit going on. But I think like Lauma is a pretty hyper-specific unit that is meant to buff mostly Nefer and Columbina. But she still is pretty versatile, and she still can be used in a lot of different contexts despite her limitations. So I'm kind of being like, is Nicole going to be really stupid and lame and a bad design? But probably not. Since they have been good about 5-star supportive designs, I would imagine that Nicole is probably also going to be better and more versatile. But I don't know. They should make Nicole good in Ganyu Melt. I am holding out the hope for Nicole doing like, I don't know, you like replace, I don't know, Albedo in my melt teams that I've been doing. My well, it's not just melt teams, but I do like Risley, Durin, Emily, Ryo, Durin, Emily, Albedo last slot. I'm like, maybe if it's a full party attack buff, that'll be a lot more interesting doing last slot instead of Albedo's tiny little damage % buff and his own personal damage. Like, Albedo's cool and he's fun because of that, but if it's a full team attack buff and I can use her in that situation and I can get an attack buff onto Risley and an attack buff onto Durin and Emily, ooh, baby, I'm here for that. I hope Nicole helps Ryo. That is kind of the main thing for me. If Nicole helps Ryo and Emily, I'll probably pull her. If she doesn't, I probably won't. Nicole would be ridiculously good for my account. We have no idea what Nicole does yet. We can assume that she is for... We can only really assume that she's for Varka. We can assume... Like, we can guess that she will be useful for other Hex DPSs, but we can't say that guaranteed. But I would... I based on past patterns... Main DPS tend to be extremely restrictive with supports being non-restrictive with the exceptions of Emily and Escoffier, and I help to keep it that way. Inefa Erasure's crazy. Linnea Erasure's fucking... Or wait, with the exceptions of Emily and Escoffier? With that... You think Emily and Escoffier are restrictive? Maybe you could make a case for Escoffier. Emily, bro? You can't do that. You can't do that. You cannot look me in my eyes and call Emily restrictive. If Nicole is Jesus like Farina, maybe. Surely. Anyways, let's see these reviews. I have gotten nowhere. I've done nothing this fucking stream. I did a lot of... Yesterday I was doing a lot of just like Mora farming. I was fucking around and doing a lot of overworld Mora farming because I have no Mora. I have 0 Mora. And I've been using it all to level up... what's it called? What if we pretend recent leaks are true? Oh, I'm not even going off recent leaks because recent leaks don't fucking matter at all. Big Bennett, Quills, low red shred, no application, shield, Hexerai. That also... You did ask us to give better rage bait. I guess I did. It's my bad. Emily isn't versatile. That's some good rage bait. You'll get something out of me. Hi, Thursday. How you doing? Welcome into chat. But what? Just theorize. I like can't because I don't really care to theorize about Nicole. I just think like she's probably not going to do very much personal damage. Most of her power is probably going to be in buffing. I don't know. With the way that they've been designing kits, it's just going to be like, oh, there's 1,000 million weird different restrictions, and she is slightly worse without Hex or whatever. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's just that I don't really give a fuck to theorize about Nicole right now. I can theorize about... I care far more about theorizing for buffs for units that currently exist, because a unit that isn't out can be anything. A unit that isn't out yet can be fucking anything. But a unit that already exists and is supposedly receiving buffs, there's a much smaller range of what those buffs can be. And I can talk about actual features of the unit. Anyways, let's look at Foxtronauts Farina. Boom. Foxtronaut Farina. How many more reviews do we have that I missed? It's Geratos Cave and Arnie's Sethos. Okay. Like, the other thing about theorizing about any potential Nicole leaks is, like, I'll eventually just be like, oh, well, I think that maybe she'll give around this level of stuff, and then she'll do X level of damage. And I'm like, I don't really give a fuck how much damage she'll, help Varka do. I'm never, like, I've never been one to care about DPS. I've been one to care about, does the team clear relevant content? Because that's usually what's important. Like, there isn't a fucking... In any content that's in Genshin Impact, there isn't a DPS checker that's like, well, you have to do this and this specific... You have to meet this DPS check. Well, I mean... They do say you have to meet this DPS check, but they don't put on screen, they don't say you have to play a team that does exactly this amount of DPS to beat this content. They just say, well, here's some content, here are some restrictions, and here's a minimum amount of DPS that you need average. I don't know if I'm, like, making my point well, but I'm saying what I think I'm I don't know. I don't think I'm making my point very well. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Feel like she's gonna be Sucrose too. I heavily doubt that. I don't think so. Actually, you know what? Here's the thing that I can talk about. I really don't know what Nicole is gonna buff because Varka doesn't use very many stats, and he's already pretty heavily saturated on all of them. I think damage bonus is the least that he's saturated on. But, like, he only really uses damage bonus, attack, and crit because he's dealing elemental damage of 2 types, so he likes to build attack instead of, well, I did say damage bonus, but whatever. He pretty much only uses damage bonus, attack, and red shred. Doesn't really get much use out of any other stats, and he's already got a good amount of red shred from fucking Durin plus VV. He already has a bunch of attack from Double Pyro plus Bennett. He already has a good amount of damage bonus from his own passives plus Venti. So it's gonna be pretty difficult to make to like without just straight up increasing his fucking multipliers. It's most likely, I'd say, that what? I think it's most likely that she will probably do a quill buff, but I don't even know because like attack buffs don't. Well, maybe she would do a quill buff because you're taking out the big attack buffer in the team if you're replacing Bennett with Nicole. So doing a sort of full party quill buff is probably the direction to go into that would provide the largest increase. Especially because like Venti hits so fast. Venti has a bunch of instances of damage that don't do a lot of damage. He has his infused damage that's scaling is like 30%. It's really fucking low. So a quill buff would uniquely help that a little bit more. Every leak and speculation about every pyro character has always been power creep Bennett and Shangli at the same time. Yeah. Cooldown reduction or attack speed. Attack speed isn't going to do much. We already have a decent amount of attack speed on Varka. I know Varka Sig gives attack speed, so now we all think that attack speed does so much on Varka, but it really doesn't. It really fucking doesn't. It doesn't change his combos meaningfully. It doesn't. It like slightly increases his DPS, but not as much as you'd think because he also is a Claymore character that has 2 Claymores, so he uniquely suffers with very high hit lag. Durincon's already has quills. I don't know if they will put that on her. Well, like C0 doesn't. But also, yeah, Durincon has quills, so I don't fucking know what they can do at this point. Because they've already given Varka all that he can get in all his different units and all his different like constellations and things. So I don't know what stats Nicole is going to give, aside from maybe just motion value increase. But I don't want that. That's lame. Full party calls would be crazy for Venti and Durin. Yeah. Death Shred, surely. You know what? You said that and fucking maybe. Fucking, actually, you know what? You said that and probably. Given that we've gotten lunar units and their whole thing is that their main damage source counts as transformative reaction damage and therefore defense does not apply, so they don't get affected by defense shred, I think there's a non-zero chance that Nicole buffs by shredding defense. Outside Raiden, who has defense shred? Well, Raiden doesn't even have defense shred. She just ignores defense with her own ability. But the main 2 that come to mind are, there are a few constellations, like Durin C6, I know shreds defense. It's Lisa and Razor. Yeah, Nijan said it. Lisa has a base kit. Razor has it C4. Oh, yeah, Klee C2 is another one. Anyways, let's look at this Farina. Right? Is this what I'm looking at? Foxtronauts Farina, Tenacity Farina, love to see it. 200 ER, love to see it. We have, funnily, it's a lot lower crit damage, but somewhat similar ratio to the last one. Good amount of ER, healthy amount of HP. Tenacity do be doing that. These are fine pieces. This one's flat HP, could be better, but it's not bad. It's usable. Very few dead rolls. Wow. Only dead rolls on the entire builder. Well, okay, it's some flat attack. Really gave Death Shred early into the game and realized it's insane? Yeah. They fucked up. Well, they didn't really fuck up because, like, it's the characters who do defense shred, like, it's hard enough to get that defense shred online that it's not really worth it. Like, yeah, Razor does defense shred. Sorry, I'm going out to this. Razor does defense shred. But what is it? It's like 20% isn't bad. It's 15%, which still isn't bad, but it's 7 seconds. And you have to hit with his skill. So you need to be like swapping into him and refreshing a 7-second buff that is really not very long at all. So it was never really worth it until Razor became particularly good. And now, would you look at that? Razor shreds defense, and he boosts the damage for his entire team. And then like Lisa... Lisa girl. Yeah, it's 15% Death Shred, and it is on her burst, which has really long uptime, and it's 10-second uptime on her burst, which basically means full uptime as long as you can get her burst on full uptime, or as long as you can cast her burst off cooldown, but you can't cast her burst off cooldown. You can't. You're not allowed. Maybe you can with a bunch of ER and a Fav. Wow, she already has it equipped because this is the only fucking weapon she's allowed to use. Maybe you can get it up off cooldown if you have Fav and if you have a bunch of ER, but then you're like, you don't have TTDS, she's not dealing that much damage, Def Shred is the only thing she's doing in a team, and then she's not that important. Do I share my Farina? Is that what we're doing? You can share your Farina if you watch over on Twitch. If you watch on Twitch, you can collect channel points and then redeem them. Use them on a redeem for a character review. But this Farina, C1... I love to see Tenacity Farina C1. This is one of those like annoying to improve builds where you got pretty decent roll. This seems like a build that you just kind of farmed for a little bit, or you strongboxed for maybe a few days, and then you were like, all right, this is functional, this works. Sands could definitely be improved. I don't know. 200 ER is nice, but it's definitely a little bit overkill in certain teams. So you could probably afford to lose the Sands because it's not particularly good. It's giving you 2 high rolls of crit rate, which is pretty nice, but you are a little lopsided on your ratio, so it really wouldn't... Like, I would imagine you can replace this piece fairly easily. The rest of the stuff looks pretty nice. Hi, Mayo. What's going on in the stream? Anything but IT. 200 ER is underkill most of the time. I think 200 ER is underkill in like solo Hydro when you're rotating particularly fast. Solo Hydro Farina typically needs like 230. That's something else. That's something I think I keep mine at like 210. I think 180 is like bare minimum. That's like long rotation solo Hydro Farina. The faster you want to rotate, the more ER you want. I would say 200's functional. Diabolical shill. Look, I'm sorry that Twitch is a better platform for, what's it called? Better platform for streaming. What was that sound? I was taking a sip of my Celsius. Sorry if I scared everybody. So yeah. To keep the build flexible, yeah, you want 200 ER, but you might be, depending on your teams, you might be able to drop under. And these aren't, no, you got 2 decently high rolls of ER. It's good. It's fine. It's not great. It's certainly not great. You don't have very many dead stats, but you also have a decent amount of low rolls, and your stats are not balanced in the greatest way. But I like it. This is definitely a functional Farina. This just looks like kind of my Farina. This looks a little bit like my Tenacity Farina. Can you see my Kave again? There's nothing new. I just forgot to mention that I do Shatter with Lauma. Triple EM with Flame Forged. 160 ER all in subs. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Crit ratio all in subs. Ooh boy. Are these things doing a whole lot? Not really, but it's impressive. Oh wait, hold on. You're on Mars Jose, I just realized. Do you not want to do a damage bonus goblet? Is the damage bonus goblet not better at this point? Why, or, like, we're doing triple EM. We're on Mars Jose. Not like there's much else to build. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, oh, wait, yeah, it's Shatter. So then why are we doing Mara Jose? Because he doesn't need any crit for anything. Or why would we not just do Gilded in that scenario? Because I like big damage. Okay. So we're just doing a split because it's Kave, I guess. It's Kave. We're not going to do much with him anyways. Lunar. Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait, no, you still go full EM. You still go full EM for Lunar shit. I only have like 180-ish on my Farina, but I use Fab, Bina, and Shiloh. Oh, yeah, that's also it. Maybe I think 180% energy on Farina is enough because I Fav up everybody I can all the time. Shatter, why is NA level 8 and not 9? That's a good question. Girato, do you have an answer? Do you have an answer? This is, I mean, it's another situation of like, this just isn't going in any one particular direction. Like, yeah, you have a good crit rate, or you don't even have particularly good crit ratio. You have way too much crit rate and not enough crit damage. But, you know, if you're going to go in one direction, if you're going to have a lopsided ratio in one direction, much rather it be in the crit rate direction. You don't have any other damaging stats, so he's not going to deal a ton of talent damage. You have a bunch of ER going on, so you're going to get good. It works. It fucking works. It works. It functions. It's funny. It's a good funny build. But it doesn't play into any one type of thing. Although maybe this is better. Maybe because the diminishing returns that Shatter has, excuse me, 140 E, 6k DPS with 3 enemies. Wow. Impressive. With the 3 enemies, I mean, does it just count? Like, I assume it counts the damage done to all the enemies, right? It doesn't just count the damage dealt to one enemy and extrapolate. So that's what? That's like 50k single target. That tracks. That tracks. But funny Kave build. Certainly a funny Kave build. Attack rolls. A funny amount of attack rolls, too. Not like great, so he's still not going to have a bunch of talent scaling damage, but funny attack rolls. Aqua's Fischl. Okay. Arnolene, set those first. What the hell is wrong with you? You're pissing me off, and you know that. You fucking... Oh, I get it. It's a Linnea pre-build. I didn't even look at the main stats. I just saw that it was on Morningstar, and I saw that it was on Slingshot, and I was like, this is a Linnea pre-build, isn't it? Yup. Wow. Ooh, wow. We 150 ER only in subs. We like that. What did she ascend? Did she ascend crit rate, crit damage? Crit, I was there. Crit rate, okay, so she's 15 extra. So that then goes up to 8170. Ooh-wee. Linnea needs 0 ER though, so it's a dead stat? What? Is ER super useless? Yeah, I guess you really don't need a burst every rotation, but this is a good amount of Stygian ER. Burst is only healing. Does it not even do... It does... Oh, it doesn't even hit. Oh, wow. It doesn't even have a fucking hit associated. I was like, does it at least have a hit? Does it have scaling? No, it is just healing. But obviously it's going to be good for Farina teams. You want to be bursting every rotation for Farina teams. God, she's going to be annoying to fucking build, isn't she? Well, I guess you just get 2 different builds. You get one on Golden Troop for Farina teams, and you get one on Albeid for non-Farina teams. So yeah, you probably don't even really want Albeid on... You don't want ER on Albeid very much. But yeah, ER, at least for Stygian, this is nice. At least for Moongecko, this is nice. That's immediately what I was thinking about. I was like, oh hell yeah, you have enough energy to burst in Stygian with Moongecko. Debuffs post breaking the shield. You do have a little bit of time to... You have about 30 seconds to break the shield and get your burst up. But I think this amount of ER makes it so that you're much more comfortable not doing any sort of funky funneling. Alright, whatever. Never mind. I'm stupid and wrong. I guess I'm stupid and wrong. I fucking don't like this Moongecko. The more I find out about it, the more I really don't like it. And the more I really don't like Linnea. She be pissing me off. Linnea is better than Shiloh and Navia's Lunar, right? Shilonen does more buffs than Navia. Linnea does more personal damage. If you care about Navia dealing more damage, Shilonen is better. If you care about the team dealing more damage, Linnea is better. Fortnite reference in the big 2026? What happened? The self-timeout takes points? Yes, it does. It's not many. Yunjin? Oh dear. I'm gonna do a Yunjin review. That's fucking great. But, apparently, yeah, you have way too much ER going on. Dead stat, dead stat, dead stat. And you could do with better crit stats, but I mean, it's fine. Finally, a Geostygian boss. My account loves it. I guess so. When are they going to put, what's his name? When are they going to put the Golem in Stygian? I just want to see the Golem in Stygian. I like the Golem. I like the Golem because he has the Gallium. I like the Golem because he has no health at all. Scroll also exists? Indeed. Scroll exists. Shouldn't getting Linnea on a rerun because I love her burst animation. Yeah, hell yeah. Wait, no, sorry. I need to look at Aqua's Fischl first. I don't want to skip over that. Sorry, lettuce. Misinformation be like spread me. True. What? Oh, I missed the one at the end. 9/11! Aqua, your UID has 9/11 at the end. Why are you so evil and fucked up like this? We are looking at Fischl. Where she's on Elegy. Like, she doesn't have a great crit ratio, but she's on Elegy and she's on Tenacity, so she doesn't really get any sort of crit rate from anything but her artifacts. Anything from, like, the main and substats of her artifacts, so... Yeah, no, this is actually looking... It's looking alright. It's looking alright. It's a pretty nice ratio with all that in mind. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck is going on with ER? Why do we have so much ER? But it's Elegy. It's Elegy. So I was going to say ER substats are fine because, like, Fischl does need a little bit of ER to burst in certain teams, to burst every other rotation in certain teams. But if she has Elegy, that perfectly makes her, perfectly makes it fine. I like her EM. That's also funky. I guess that is indeed also funky. It's exactly 100 without the effects of Elegy kicking in. What can I say about this Fischl? Not much. I do like me a Tenacity Fischl. I do like me a Tenacity Fischl. I see a Linny buffer Fischl. This might very well be. It's probable. It is very probable. Indeed you do? Yeah, indeed it is. That is indeed a Linny buffer Fischl. Even though Tenacity is very rarely Fischl's best set, because she does so much damage, I still like running it on her anyways. I like funneling more damage into my on-fielder. Now, let us finally look at this Yunjin. And then am I going to be allowed to play the game after that? Who knows? Who knows? Imagine they buff the amount of red shield it gives for Stygian so that you can't avoid the mechanic, but whatever. The red shield? Bond of Life? The Golem doesn't have a Bond of Life mechanic. Right? Am I stupid? We want Yunjin. You want Yunjin. Yunjin. Footprint in the Rainbow. R5. Ooh-wee. Not level 90, so that's going to be rough on her defense, but you have a lot of defense regardless. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who did you kill? Who did you kill to get this to happen? Actually enough ER, right? All defense main stats on Husk. Who did you fucking kill to get this much ER on your Yunjin? Doing my best part to contribute to the stall. You're doing so good. Hopefully D-Luke. No, we can't kill D-Luke. I cannot with my full heart. I cannot with my full heart and soul say that D-Luke. I want D-Luke dead. I am happy that he exists so I can hate on him. What can I say? I love my Geos. I guess, yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine... I imagine you spent a lot of time farming and strongboxing Husk, and this probably happened fairly naturally. But still, Whoa! Holy fucking shit. I'm just mad that she, like, if anything, I'm just mad she's not level 90 for that extra base defense. How much will it help you? 684 versus, what's her base defense? At level 90. You have a lot of percent going on as well, so that base increase is going to help you a lot. Level 90, she goes up to 734. You get an extra 50 base defense with, you have like 300% defense going on almost. So that extra 50 is going to be like, it's gonna be like 200 extra defense. I guess it's not crazy, but you might be able to, you will be able to breach 3K, especially because this is not factoring in the extra stacks that you get from Husk. You get extra defense there, and it's not factoring in the stacks that you, or the 32% defense that you get from Footprint. You can breach 3,000 if you level 90 her. You might be able to breach 3,000 without level 90ing her, and it will be even fucking easier if you level 90 her. Wow, this is the only good Yunjin. Jesus Christ. 207 defense specifically, actually. Oh, good to know. Pretty much everything except 200 more defense. Well, if this motherfucker level 90'd, he would have more. Do you have a level 90? It'll be better than... Oh, no. You said that exact same thing that I just said. If he level 90, it'll be just the same, but better. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm just staring at this Yunjin. Not even crowned SMH. It's not really that important because she gets additional scaling from a passive talent. But wow. That I'm really happy that I looked at this Yunjin. This Yunjin made my day. Is she even good at this level of investment? Not really, but I love to see it. One more stall. Surely this is going to be the last one. What? No characters found in character showcase. You need to enable your thing. You don't have character details enabled. I am not allowed. Because I assume this is you. I assume that this is your profile. Might take a second to load. Alright. I will take a second to play the game for another 5 seconds. I haven't done anything today. I farmed Razor Talents and that's fucking it. I farmed Razor Talents, and that is absolutely it. Now, what I can do... I would like to prioritize getting the crown on his normals. Let's go check this. Seeing this Yunjin made the stall worthwhile. It did indeed. That Yunjin made my day. Someone with a slightly better Yunjin. She's still not good. I hate it. I hate it. Yunjin buffs. There are so many units that I'm like, I like their kits. If they just did some numbers, it would be nice. If they just put in some more numbers, if they put in more numbers in a few interesting places, I'd love them. Like Shenhe, like Yunjin. Would you believe it? They came out in the exact same patch, and I have the exact same problem with both of them. I think Hoyo was being a little too conservative with both of them, but they were like, oh, if you can get this stack buff and you can theoretically, you know, put it on a bunch of different characters and get a bunch of damage out of a bunch of different characters, but they were way too conservative with the actual numbers, and they just made the buffs kind of shit from a butt. Think it should work now? All right, give me a second to... I have anything. I have nothing. I have nothing of anything. I can get like 20k Mora. Well, tomorrow is a... Oh, okay, never mind. I can get 3k or 30k. Tomorrow is a monthly reset, so I am going to be able to get Mora from the shop there. That's going to be fun. That's going to be nice. Is there any other stuff that I can get Mora from immediately that I can think of besides just doing a ley line, which I am going to do right now? I'm going to do right now after I do this. Stall. Ooh, boy. Oh, I was going to say you're overcapping like a bitch because I thought you were... I just saw the timepiece and I assumed that it was Marechaussee because she does actually work fairly well with Farina. I do like your Nilu. Everyone go get more Yunjin. Okay, alright, we'll look at another Yunjin, goddamn. The fact that you put animals in your Serenity teapot like this makes me happy. Of course. Of course I have to put animals in. Leave Yunjin in my showcase because I've had people stop to tell me she's insane. She made me do math. Any guesses as to who the 4 stars might be in Linnea banner? I'm praying for a Ningguang. I'm praying for a Ningguang. I am praying for a not Itlua. Sorry everybody. Sorry everybody who wants Itlua. I'm praying for a not Itlua because number one, Itlua, he's usable with Linnea, but he's not particularly good. But I want Itlua to be never mind. I was gonna say I don't want Itlua to run now because I want him to run on another banner that I would actually pull on. But I kind of realized I was like, he's probably only really gonna be running on like Linnea banner, on Linnea and Cibai banners in the future. I can't imagine him running on anything else. But Ningguang, I think Ningguang has a real shot. I think Ningguang has absolutely a real shot. With how many people have been talking about her for Lunar Crystallize. Queen, please level 90 your HP scalers. Yeah, please level 90 your HP scalers. But lovely little two-piece build we got going here. Got a good amount of dead rolls going on. Certainly not the best rolls all around. Could probably make this better. Even just do an Ascension on her. Do an Ascension so you at least get the Ascension talent. You have level 8 skill, level 8 burst. Okay, so we're also doing big vapes on our burst. That's nice. That's a very nice feather. The rest of the pieces are looking just alright. Are we doing Vaporize? If we're doing Vaporize, we may want a little bit more EM than this, but she doesn't vape all of her damage. So, whatever. That's fine. It works. Funky cool. I don't have much to say about this beyond funky cool. It is not actually, I guess I could say it is not the standard that I would expect from a two-piece build. But it's fine. I would assume that you might have... Do you have another, like, she doesn't really have a 4-piece to work for DPS. I imagine that's why you're two-piecing her. But if you could potentially run, like, if you want to do Burn Vape and put her on, what's it called? On Reverie probably also wouldn't be great because she doesn't get an effect from the 2-piece. She gets just damage bonus from the 4-piece, but whatever. Is me saying my Nilu is good? I'm in an ad? Oh no, you're in an ad. You go over any lose case for the Chronicle in your account? Nothing is a loss for me. Nothing's a loss for me except on the weapon banner. Everything's a loss for me. Not a Harbinger of Dawn believer? Yeah. Wolffanger. Harbinger of Dawn's useful, but I don't think it would be better than Wolffang. Because when you're actually on-fielding Nilu, you get to build up the crit rate buff, and the damage bonus is not bad. I used to shit on Wolfang a lot because I was like, there's very few units who can actually make use of the crit buff part of it. But I also realized, wait, the passive effect of the stinky damage bonus is also just kind of good. Mualani, let's just stall more. Okay. That's not what I said, Bunnygum. You're lying. I didn't say any of that. I said that this is a fine Nilu. It's not a particularly impressive one on a two-piece build. I hope Frosty's back. I hope Frosty's back. What do you mean stinky? I just mean a little... Oh. You mean stinky... I get it, because sometimes I say stinky as stinky good, and sometimes I say stinky as stinky bad. Here, it's not stinky terrible, but it's not particularly great. It's a functional two-piece. And also, wait.
Take good care of them.
Oh, wait, it's two-piece Golden Troop. I don't know why I thought it was two-piece Marechaussee. It's two-piece Golden Troop. Okay. I was like, two-piece Marechaussee? That's normal and charge attack damage. That's not usable on her, but no, it's Golden Troop, and she does do skill damage when she's on field. I have a better Marechaussee set, but that's my non-Farina set. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I would just say, if you can... I would usually just go with Farina and enable that set. This is fine. It works. Does Wolfang work on Skirk? No. She pretty much only does... I mean, I guess it works for her burst play style. But... she can be kind of easy to overcap on if you're running Marechaussee and if you have Cryo Resonance. So the bunch of crit rate from the substat and the passive can be... she mostly does normal attack stuff too. I would actually maybe recommend Black Sword. It's the same base stats, right? But it gives you a normal attack damage bonus. I wouldn't recommend either. I would recommend just Finale of the Deep as your free-to-play weapon on her. I wouldn't recommend going for a Battle Pass weapon on her. Now let's look at Bunny Gums. Skirk is good on... Did you mean Black Sword? Calamity of Eshu is just better if you have it. Well, yeah, I don't want to recommend event weapons, but Calamity of Eshu is better if you have a shield. Yunjin. This is level 91 and you have 100 more defense. Not nearly as impressive.
I like to drink on a
Higher ER though, all in substats, but you do have a two-piece. No, it's not higher ER because you're getting helped by your two-piece. Embarrassing. Disgusting Yunjin. I don't know, that's pretty alright. But you're really not getting much more defense because you don't have Husk, but you do. You have that. I'm cheating. You are cheating. Kinda worse Yunjin, but it's still a pretty nice Yunjin across the board. Like, they're not bad rolls. Yunjin doesn't have very many stats that she uses anyways. So, also a two-piece isn't as impressive because she doesn't have... Like, you just kind of get defense and you get ER on her and she works. So as long as you roll enough pieces that roll into ER and defense, she works.
Sure feels good to get away from my desk. Now, where's a good spot for
So it is higher ER, but I am not as impressed. She doesn't need that much ER. I can solo refill her burst in normal scenarios at 230. Apparently, she also does not need that much ER. So you might even be able to... Well, you have fat ER rolls on your Serenade pieces. So they're not going to be easy to replace because of that. Yeah, you're getting 60 energy from Serenade because you're getting 20 from each piece and 20 from the set bonus. So this is probably just what works for you with your current configuration of stuff. But you may be able to trade out a little bit of the ER on this Feather for more defense. I don't know. I'm not as impressed. Fine Yunjin. Better than average Yunjin, but also only level 10 burst. Mualani. This will be the last stall. Surely. Sack Jade. Oh my god, Sack Jade and you're only 1% overcapping. No crit. Well, this is okay. Yeah. Sack Jade, you already start off overcapping, I just remembered. With Mualani, with Crit Ascension, and with Sack Jade, you start off 1% overcapping. 0 crit rolls at all is funny. And you actually have pretty decent rolls other than that. You have some HP, good amount of EM, nice amount of crit damage. This is mostly impressive because it's on Mualani. Like, this is a fine build. The stat value isn't particularly high, but it's Sack Jade on Mualani and you're not overcapping, and it's still a decent build. Oh, how do you pronounce his name? Is this Aeon? Is this Ion? Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. My friend is a Yunjin superfan. He runs a Husk, Fav, Lance, Yunjin, Def Sands, and Goblet. 17 def % rolls across 3 pieces, able to get it. 70 crit rate. Jesus fucking Christ. 215 ER on defense sands. 70 crit rate. Yunjin freak.
Good one.
I love it. I love you, vids. Thank you so much. Yunjin escaping the Fav prison in 2026 wasn't on my bingo card. She usually, she's not, she doesn't run Fav very much because what's difficult about Fav on Yunjin is then you have to build crit rate, and she already kind of suffers enough while only having to build, superfans don't run Fav on Yunjin anymore. All the superfans run, that's a very impressive build though. Because I've been trying to say, The reason why you don't really run Yunjin on Fav is because you have to sacrifice. She doesn't have any multi-hits. You have to sacrifice a lot of defense to get enough crit rate to give her the particles to burst consistently.
Weapons need regular maintenance. Take good care of them, and they'll take care of
And like
you.
Fav, it's a low substat weapon, so it doesn't even give you a bunch of ER. It only gives you the particles. So generally, people prefer to just run Footprint of the Rainbow and build all your ER in your artifacts instead of getting your ER from your weapon, because your weapon options don't give you a bunch of ER and they make you try to fill other conditions to do it. Fav was just the best before Footprint of the Rainbow came out because she didn't have a better supportive. I mean, is Fav still better? Like, Fav isn't better because it doesn't maximize her defense, but also Yunjin's buffs are not really all that good. So is it better to prioritize a Fav on her and get energy for the rest of the team as well and have her give a lower buff? Probably. But, yeah. Anyways, impressive build. It's not a particularly great build, but yeah, it's an impressive with the gear that you have. It's funny. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yunjin. I would like to be able to do more stuff on Yunjin, but she's just not good enough to justify using in very many places. That's why in my Yunjin video, like, really one of the only things I did was fucking on-field Chiori. On-field Chiori feels like she's one of the only use cases where Yunjin makes sense, and she doesn't even really make sense there because Chiori has that whole thing. You can either do a normal attack to get her infusion, or you can swap to get a bunch of extra damage from her skill. So even if you have Yunjin on the team to buff normals, it often is better to just do the swap and not get an infusion on Chiori and do physical damage. And do physical fucking damage with Yunjin. Sack Lance would go hard on Yunjin if it was low base attack, high ER maybe. An energy weapon has to be high ER on her. Yunjin is IT fodder. Yunjin is a lovely Imaginarium unit. I guess I can say that. She's a fantastic Imaginarium unit. Starting off with Burst and enabling anybody to become at least a functional on-field normal attacker, that's nice. Would I rather have a unit that just does more better stuff? Probably. But her strengths do particularly show in Imaginarium. Chiori's infusion is made for C6, yeah. And it's not, like, it's good there. And I think it's, with Linnea, it's going to come back to being the best thing you can do. But the fact that Chiori C6 just applies the damage bonus buff that it does permanently onto your normals no matter what, it means you can still run Chiori as, like, a pyro normal attacker and melt her shit. You don't need to have a Geo infusion to get the 235% of her own defense buff. That shit happens. Is theater happening? I don't know. I don't think so. It could. It could. I don't know if theater is actually going to happen this stream. Cooldown reduction, C6 Cryo Chiori, and the Tars Blamo Abyss collab. I didn't, but that sounds funny. I guess that makes some sort of sense. Yeah. If you don't start now, it won't happen. Yeah. I could do it if I started right now. But do I want to start right now? Or do I just want to lie? Yunjin after Leeway buffs will be Ryo best teammate? Surely. Because Risley constellations definitely don't play into his charge attack and make his charge attack more powerful. Surely Yunjin will be his best. Probably at C0. C0 Risley is a fucking mess. Risley as a unit, though. Risley is just a unit. Risley's another unit where I do enjoy the kit design. I think he's not a particularly creative kit design. I just enjoy how he feels to play. But I do wish he had higher numbers. I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. Give Varka the fish, you got it. Oh, you're a lore skipper or lore reader? Love the vids? Hello, welcome in, Hector. If the story catches my attention, I will be a reader. Usually what happens, these Genshin stories have really badly written beginning and ends, and it's hard to tell whether I'm going in the wrong direction. It's hard to tell whether a story will be good or not in the first few minutes of the story quest happening. So usually what happens is I don't really pay that much attention until something happens that catches my attention, and then I will pay attention. And if nothing ever happens to catch my attention, I will not pay attention. That's my relationship to lore. Oh, I'm getting tinnitus. Just cut it out. High-key just cryo Hazo. I would actually prefer it more if they just took Hazo's kit and copy-pasted it, like Hazo's C6 kit, copy-pasted it, and made it cryo. I think I would like that better. I think Hazo has more interesting, like, basic dynamics of his kit going on, but Wriothesley has the upside of being cryo and having interesting stuff to do with reactions. So if Hazo kit just did cryo damage, and you can get big funny melts on his skill, I would like that. I would like that a lot. Yunjin shields? I don't think so. Yunjin does technically shield, but it's a Candace shield. It's a Candace shield, it's a Beto shield. I shouldn't say a Beto shield because Beto actually does get a shield at C1. But at C0, Yunjin, Beto, and Candace all have this fucking mechanic. They all have a parry mechanic where they throw up a shield, and if enemies hit the shield, they get increased scaling and they get increased particle generation on their skills. And that is where the shield is generated. So, like, Beto has a shield multiplier in her skill. Yunjin has a shield multiplier in her skill. It's based on her HP. Yippee. Candace has a shield multiplier in a skill based on her HP, but it actually makes sense because she's an HP scaler. Give me forward vape Hazo, please. Please. Why are you getting rocks? I'm getting rocks? Since when? Oh, you mean I just was farming rocks? Because it's a habit now. I've started hinging too much and it's a habit. So you don't take damage for intentionally getting hit? Yeah, it's exactly that. It's so that they can actually make a parry mechanic where you don't have to take damage and risk dying. Probably triggers any shield effects. It does trigger any shield effects, but most shield effects check whether the character is like currently being protected by a shield. There are very rare effects. It's very rare that an effect checks for the creation of a shield. I think a Nephasig is the only one that I can think of. But like Retracing Bull-Eyed, set effect, while protected by a shield, gain additional damage bonus. So for a short duration shield, doesn't really matter. Never thought of that as a shield. It's interesting. It's not really useful for much of anything. Candace can trigger an Nephasig, yeah. How useful is that? Not very. Let me double check on the effect. What does an Nephasig do? It is after an elemental skill or elemental burst is used, you get 24% attack on the wielder, so that's not useful for Candace. If the equipping character creates a shield while the effect is active, they will gain the electrifying edict effect for 20 seconds. All nearby party members deal 40% more lunar charge damage. That's kind of cool, I guess. But so much of the weapon's power is in giving damage to the wielder. The passive effect of giving 24% attack to the wielder, the base attack being a mid one, and the crit damage. Can this stack? I imagine not. I imagine if you put multiple ones in the party, it can't stack, and I imagine if you just use the effect again while it hasn't expired, it just refreshes the duration instead of stacking. DPS Lunar Charge Candace? Yeah, like effectively, you could get some sort of use out of this, I guess, by doing like, I don't know, Flynn's, Columbina, Candace. I don't know who even last slot. Or like Flynn's Fischl. Slooner, someone else tested this and no, it doesn't. It doesn't what? It doesn't stack? I assume not. I assume if you have a Nepha in the team and you also put another Fractured Halo on this motherfucker. Can I request Theta review? What does that even mean? If it doesn't say this effect can be stacked with similar effects, then it is definitely not stackable. Or Lanyan Sig? What are we talking about Lanyan Sig? Are we talking about Seatlali Sig? Because Seatlali Sig is one of those ones where it says characters protected by the shield that the wielder created get a damage bonus buff. No, I don't want to look at Seatlali. I want to look at your weapon. I want to look at your weapon. Also, we don't have a Catalyst character that can create a temporary shield. We only have Seatlali and Lanyan and soon to be Nicole, most likely. What the fuck am I looking for? Lanyan Sig is sack? Oh. Why are we talking about Lanyan Sig then? Dahlia shield is paper thin. Well, yeah, because that's the whole mechanic, is that you build up multiple stacks of it, so that when the shield breaks, it can replace itself. Yanfei Erasure. Oh, my bad. Yanfei C4. I forgot that was the thing. Yanfei, my bad. Star Colors Watch. Yes, thank you. Star Colors Watch is within 15 seconds after the equipping character creates a shield, the current active party member gets 28% increased damage to nearby opponents. Never mind. It's 15 seconds after the equipping character creates a shield, current active character gains 20% damage bonus. So technically you can use this on, Baiju, I guess. On Baiju, on Yanfei. I forgot about Baiju totally. Baiju I actually should feel bad about, because that's base kit. I shouldn't feel bad about Yanfei, because I never use Shield Fei. Review next theater. Is it... I hope. No, okay. I think I need the link to look at it again. Review next theater. Is it hard? It is hard to fit Candace in without an Effa. Fischl wants second Hex and Flynn's wants second Outcry. Yeah. Technically functional, not particularly good. See, a lot of signature is pretty decent. Considering that TTDS exists, it is only marginally better than TTDS. I think the main value of Seatlali Sig is basically like a TTDS. It's a more restrictive TTDS, but you don't have to think about rotations, and you can use it on non-attack scalars. Otherwise, like, it's not a crazy good weapon. It's probably one that I would like to get eventually. I don't know. What were you trying to view? Next theater? Hi, Cat. Yes. Last minute theater. I've already done the theater. I just haven't full starred it. And I'm wondering, do I really care enough to full star it? And my answer is probably not. My answer is probably fucking not. Nicole is sword. I might crash out. Nicole has to be Catalyst. Nicole has to be Catalyst, right? Also, I'm going to take another drink and I'm going to take another bite of my food. That is definitely cold, but whatever. Who cares? All right, I'm done with my other bite. Kind of got better as it got cold. It was like good when it was hot. It was bad when it was lukewarm, and it got better when it was cold. DBS dummy ran away from me. I hate April Fool's Day. Oh my god. That's great. That's great. They put in a fucking... They updated it to make the dummy run away. Go test dummy. I'm not EU. I am not EU, so I haven't gotten... It's not April Fool's yet for me. But, we can check to see if it updated. I have the lineup for the next one, but I only have the screenshots, so I can send them on Discord. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Kat. I got the link before, but I lost the link. I got it before, but I lost it. Alright. Are you running away? Because I don't know if, like, the creator of this is... I don't know if I have to do anything. Yeah, I don't think it's working for me yet. I have to republish to NA separately. Yeah, I'm assuming that it works with the server. Sent to Genshin General? Alright, fantastic. Thank you. Boop. Genshin General. Lineup is... I would have asked that you actually send this to I'm Leaking, but actually no, it doesn't matter. I think they already dropped the official lineup, and also it doesn't matter because it's fucking tomorrow. The Imaginarium is happening tomorrow. But for future reference, thank you for sending it. But for future reference, I just would like to keep those things in Leaking. Okay. It is Mona Shinto, Risley, Rosaria, Navakatina. It's kind of, I don't know. Guest units are Chaska, Klee, Lamba, Sucrose. They're not great units, I guess. Like the starting units, I think they're a good level where it's like they're good enough. They can get you through the early stages, but it's not particularly weak. Asia already has it, so it's not really leaky. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've changed my mind. It's fine. It's fine. Man, I would love to see this trial Risley. This trial Risley is going to be eating nothing. Eating straight poop. Bowl of poop that they're gonna fucking give him. He's gonna be terrible. Like, he's already not that good. Weird that Nefer isn't a guest? Yeah, it's kinda... I like that it's at least 1 4-star. Rooms 1 and 2, Ryo. You fucking know it. Probably gonna have that Royal Grimoire with 150% crit damage build. Nowadays, the trial ones are better. They're a little bit better. I guess Marashosei can only make it so he's so bad. Like, Marashosei raises the floor of how bad he can be. But Jesus. Jesus. Can't wait to see the Flowing Purity Ryo with 3 crit rate. I'm expecting the 80 crit rate, 110 crit damage build. Rosaria is also not going to do great. Kachina, baby. Who are the bosses? Emperor Fire and Iron. Radiant Moon Gecko. Radiant Moon Gecko is only Act 6, so it's not particularly tanky. But I don't like that thing. I really don't like that thing. The more I've come to realize... So the big thing about Moon Gecko and Stygian is not that it has a really high DPS check. But what sucks about Moon Gecko and Stygian is the 0 ER start. And it kind of fucking tanks a million Geo teams that could be good into it. It doesn't do that nearly as much in Imaginarium because we start off with Burst and that's nice. I don't know its pattern that it's gonna do. During combat, quickly heal your HP to maximum. It doesn't really. This doesn't tell me anything about how it's gonna act in theater. But any Asia server players know how it acts yet. Gecko may not be tanky, but what about the Geo Rock team? Yeah, it's not particularly tanky. That's cool that it doesn't have a lot of health, but it has the shield mechanics and it has the no energy start to make it a lot more restrictive in what you can bring into it. Okay, Emperor Fire and Iron is fucking annoying. Oh my god, Kukasaur? Okay, Act 10 is Primo Geovishap. Act 10 is fucking Primo Geovishap. Act 10 is Primo Geovishap. So, we have a bunch of annoying ass bosses. Emperor Fire and Iron into Radiant Moon Gecko into Gold Flame Kukasaur. They are all very irritating and are going to require... I guess Golden Flame Kukasaur He's a lot less restrictive in Imaginarium because the DPS checks are lower, so you don't really need Farina. Candace is already a pretty solid option to it. Isn't any kind of boss that's Act 10 just annoying generally? Yeah, it's usually just the Act 10 boss is a little bit tankier and is actually more annoying. He actually lives in theater at this point. He does. Kukasaur, they fucking love it. Lexor. We have another blocked lol. I'm gonna allow this one though, because I feel crazy right now. Farina Nouvelette. Yeah, they just want you to play Farina Nouvelette into every single chamber. They just say, well, just it's fine. Just pull 3 copies of Farina Nouvelette and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then the lunar stages are these guys again. And Granny. I don't want to fight Granny. Kukas are going to take over the PMA spot for most preferred boss in IT. Granny. God fucking damn it, Granny. I don't want you, I don't want you here. I hate you. I really don't like Granny. I really don't like Granny. It's fine. She's gonna be. It's Imaginarium, so you're gonna be able to fucking DPS her down. You might not be able to if you want the star, though. Fucking Granny. Ugh. I'm sorry. I think Granny's a really annoying enemy. I hate Granny's attacks. I also hate Granny's attacks. I think she's just irritating. She's not particularly restrictive, but both of her methods of beating her and stopping her whole armor mechanic are just irritating. Whack Granny with a Bard C6 Skirk. I fucking might. There's no overload in this theater? Oh, wow. You're right. I didn't even think about that. So it is freeze or fuck yourself a Scofier. No, you don't need a Scofier. It's theater. You'll be fine. But it is freeze or fuck yourself. But the fact that she has to be frozen, like, it's not a condition. She doesn't go into a state, and then when you freeze her, she automatically cancels out what, It doesn't act like she goes into a state, and if you freeze her, she cancels out, and she automatically, like, takes damage or whatever. She has to specifically be frozen. She goes into a state, and where she, like, starts to collect armor, and then after a set amount of time, she will check. She will actually collect the armor, and she has to be frozen during the exact period of time that she tries to collect her armor. It's Lunar Theater, though, not as easy. But it's still, like, it's Lunar. The only thing, like, Lunar isn't... All that's added by Lunar is the Lunar stages, which aren't harder. They're as difficult as the last stage of Theater. It's just that there are more difficult stages. Bless, I actually like Tsibai. Oh, it's also Tsibai. I didn't even realize. I probably am going to steal a Tsibai. Well, actually, no, I want a Ganyu. I really would like to steal a Ganyu. But this might be a little bit difficult for me, because I have not bought into recent cryo stuff or recent geo stuff. Do I want to wait a week to borrow Linnea? No. I'm not waiting a week. Okay. This one is probably going to be a little bit rough for me. Can I say leaks here? Absolutely. We love leaks here. We love leaks and we hate Hoyo for censoring leaks. I wouldn't be able to play the fucking game if I wasn't allowed to look at leaks. I'd go insane. Consecrated Beast in Arcanum 1. Again! They did this exact same shit. Which that's fine. Consecrated Beasts Consecrated Beasts are actually some of the better ones. Because Consecrated Beasts don't shill anything in particular. They just are difficult enemies that can kill you. And I will take that over almost any other enemy in the game. we got another fucking chat message blocked by the lol. We got another chat message blocked by the lol. I'm gonna let this one through. I might just remove the lol. I'm sorry, I might just remove the lol ban. Sorry, Bunnygum, if yeah, you are here. Consecrated Beasts want you to use shields? I guess a little bit, but I like Mualani my way into them. I'd take this over Triple Kenki. Oh. I also like Triple Kenki. Triple Kenki and I think Consecrated Beasts are around the same level for me. I think they, Triple Kenki is fun for, what's it called? Do you want my UID for theater? For theater? What do you mean? Like barring a unit? I think you have to add me as a friend to do that, which you can see my UID down there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm happy that the Consecrated Beasts are back. I don't like... It is a really high DPS check is the thing. It is a really high DPS check. When does the May IT start? Might be on my birthday. IT always starts on the 1st of every month. It's always with monthly reset. Yeah, I BNF'd my way through the beasts last time. Yeah. Like, the beasts are cool. The beasts are cool. They don't want you to do anything in particular. I'm happy that they're there. The granny's gonna annoy me. Primo G Bishop is cool because Primo G Bishop also not a particular shill. He just wants you to have a shield, and if you have a Geo Shield or an element that matches... What element is this Primo Geo Bishop going to be? It doesn't want to tell us. It does not want to tell us. Let me add your EU. Unfortunately, I like basically never go on the EU. But thank you. What if Primo Geo Bishop was Cryo-Res? I sort of doubt it. I imagine... Actually, maybe. Maybe because it wants you to bring a shield of the same element. Electro or Pyro to fuck up shields that are not Geo. I was like, I don't know whether they could go one or two ways. They could only try to shill Geo shields, or they could try to shill Geo shields like plus Cryo. Probably not Hydro. Most likely not Hydro. Triple Kenki being the only boss who does multi-target well. Yeah. I like Triple Kenki. I really, really like Triple Kenki because it's another generic one. It's basically a bit of an AoE check, but it's not even really because they each have so little health that you can kind of just single target them down, and they group themselves pretty well. So you don't need crazy EOE for triple AoE for Triple Kenki. All right. Awesome. I totally had another thing that I wanted to do that I got distracted from. Let me accept this. Boop, boop. They do a shit ton of damage, but that's part of the fun. Yeah, I always say, I will gladly prefer, like, I don't want the difficulty to be me running out of time. I would prefer the difficulty be enemies killing me. I think that is almost universally a better design for content. I think there are situations where timed completion content can be fun, but given that is all Genshin has ever fucking done for the entirety of its existence, that sucks, and I really wish we could get something more. When's the reset? It's tomorrow. Maybe today for you. If you are in a part of the world where it is April 1st, where it is April Fool's Day, maybe it's today. Clan launch abyss being Triple Kenki? What the fuck? Is that a hate crime? That might be a hate crime. Fish! Fish him! Fish! I am so happy that they gave this weapon special, unique effects for its instances of damage, because its effect is it does whatever 200% AoE is attack after you hit your burst, but this special instance of damage, it's a bunch of fucking fish. It's just a big pile of fish. I'm gonna do it without so many effects on screen so you guys can easily see it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm so sorry that this is an old event weapon. I wish that you guys could get this back. Oh wow. I didn't realize that Varka ER needs are not high, but not low. Boom. Gimme. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go do it against, I don't know. Who's an easy to look at boss? Hera. I love that fish. I'm so sad when I'm not playing. I need to level it. I'm so sorry to everybody in chat mourning the fish. Because I played the event, but it was so early in my Genshin days, I never claimed it. That's so sad. I'm so sorry, and I know your fucking pain. I know your pain with my R3 Festering Desire. Not that I even use it for anything ever. I don't know that I leveled my Festering Desire and I used it on Farina for a bit, but I eventually just locked her to Fav. Never did anything else on her. But it still hurts to look at this weapon and not see R5. That's what the Skyward Pride is for? Oh, of course. Of course. Fish! It's kind of hard to see with all of Arca's special effects. It's kind of really hard to see with all of Arca's special effects. But it is a funny fish. It's a pile of fish. Festering Desire Farina was and isn't always was fake. I don't know about always. I don't know about always. Gotta use a 4-star burst? Yeah, probably. It'll be easier to show if I do... Who has really, really small burst effects? Filter to Claymores. Farina uses Fav or sometimes he. I don't know. It had an ER substat. It had a good amount of damaging stats. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to open that window. It has a good amount of damaging stats in the refines. Like, it was kind of just better Floof Sandra. I know. I think you have to deal burst damage is the issue. When an elemental burst hits opponents, yeah. Here we go. It's actually Noelle's probably going to be good. Oh, but I don't have enough energy on her. I would say Xinyan, but Xinyan burst, yeah, Xinyan burst is not is not a good one for showing off effects. I think Noelle is the right one. I'm just being lazy, and I'm not bothering to build ER. Do the Llama Tech? You're so right. Llama Tech, Llama Tech, Llama Tech. Look, and what's gonna happen is, like, next stream I'm gonna open up with, like, this team, and someone's gonna be like, what does this team do? What were you cooking this time? And I'm gonna be like, literally nothing. I was trying to show a funny fucking fish effect on a weapon.
I'll catch up.
Excuse me, streamer. What does is Noelle, Durin, Albedo, Lauma a good team? I could genuinely replace Lauma and it would actually be a good team. I could do Agoro. Where is a little? There you are. There you are, friend. There you are, friend. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Fish. Was essential. How else are you going to get energy back? I think Columbina also does the same thing. I think Columbina basically has the exact same passive as Lama, but also she gives you a free revive and fucking not cry. That's why they designed Columbina in the way that she did, in the way that they did, because they were like, well, if you pull Columbina, then you don't have any like passive reason to be pulling Lauma, because Columbina just does all of Lauma's passive and more, so you don't need to pull Lauma for all those effects. So we're gonna make you pull Lauma so Columbina actually does any damage at all. We're gonna give Columbina the worst Lunar Bloom scalings of all time. So you have to play Lauma with her. Okay, anyways, fish. Oh wait, okay, maybe it's just this dude that it's specifically hard to see it on. I feel like a fucking moron doing this over and over. I saw you killing the deer with the fish? No. I would never do such a thing. I would never do such a thing. But Llama has pretty horns. Well, that's the other reason you pull her. Just came back. What are you cooking with this team? I'm gonna fucking beat you with Hammer Starshade. I'm gonna nuke you. I'm gonna nuke you. I don't even know if you're doing the joke on purpose. Or if you're just behind. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello? I'm about to kill this fucking deer. Cooldown? If there's a cooldown on this thing... Worst passive of all time. There's a cooldown? I don't know how long it is. What the fuck? What is the point of this then? I'm making this way too difficult. I am making this far too difficult for myself. I am making this way too fucking difficult for myself. Anytime I'm ever trying to test anything, you guys just need to say, go to the test dummy, stop doing whatever bullshit you're doing, and go to the test dummy. Stop fucking around. Big M, what are you cooking with this team? I'm gonna sue every single one of you. Did I miss Imaginarium? No, we never did it. I don't think we are.
As a good night should.
Fish! Look! Fish! It's funny. It was worth it. Me stalling for this long trying to get this effect. It was all worth it. You get fish. Statues of the Seven should definitely fill up your energy, and I'm tired of wondering why they don't. I missed it. Do it again.
Time to clean up.
Fish! I can do it as many times as I want because Test Dummy is the best thing ever. I'm gonna do it again, just in case. Third time, for those who missed it.
As a good night should.
Fish! Oh, there's a cooldown. Oopsie daisy, there's a cooldown on it. I've never seen that before. It's great, isn't it? It's the best. It's just the best effect ever.
As a dutiful maid would.
Fish! Okay, I'm done. I'm done with fish. Fifth, indeed. Can I talk about chronicled weapons? I don't really want to talk about chronicled weapons. I thought about it for a second, and I was like, this chronicled banner isn't that interesting to talk about unless you're talking about like for the purposes of any one person's account. Because this chronicled banner, actually, maybe it is kind of interesting to talk about. Do I do that? I can talk a little bit about the chronicled because this chronicled is... The chronicles keep getting better, obviously, because, you know, newer units. They keep putting newer and newer units on the chronicled banners. So, of course, they get better over time. But this is the best one. But this is the one where I actually might be like, this is a chronicle banner that I could maybe genuinely recommend pulling on. I don't know. Because it's still kind of just like, if you like any of the carries, the chronicle banner, is there anywhere I can pull it up? I'm still trying to advocate getting Emily. Emily's the best unit on there. I'm not even like, this isn't Emily propaganda or anything. Emily just is the best unit on there, and I don't think it's particularly close. Trying to impress shipwreck castaway trade with the fish. Fish. Get Emily now. Everyone needs to get Emily now. I wish the fish spear would just be a fish on a skewer. Oh my god, give us a fish spear, please. Give us a fish spear, please. Ryan not being on the banner is a crime. Yeah, I think we've all talked about that. Boo, 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 boo. Let's open the Genshin Impact leak subreddit because all they don't even have leaks anymore. All they have is just confirmed stuff from Hoyo. Wow, all these Miliastra outfits? Great. Wow. Also, I read this shit. I'm sorry. So, a little bit of leaks, but it's not really leaks because... what the fuck is this? Nicole, Big Bennett to your support. You're saying nothing. These words are meaningless. You're just fucking saying words. Nicole, team restriction doesn't seem too strict and her constellations can further loosen it. Like, if we... what I can say about this leak right here is earlier in the stream, I was like, well, here are a few things that I think we can assume that Nicole might be. Here's a few reasonable things that I think Nicole might be. And this leak, in big air quotes, is just exactly all those things. It is things we can reasonably assume from their general unit design. I should rename this fucking stream to be like, I actually am doing leaks, because people care about leaks. People click on leaks. Isn't the catch the fish spear? I guess, but I want fish spear that has a fish on it. Will they ever do an Electrodendrohydro IT again? Oh, it's gonna be fucking hard if they do it. So this dude's just a fucking moron making guesses. This dude is just like me, a complete moron making guesses who has nothing else to say. Except he's not just like me, because I see him say the animal lolly is a venti replacement, and I'm just gonna say it right here. I see someone say lolly, pedophile. Is that necessarily true? No. But if I see you choose to say lolly, I am going to assume bad things about you. I am going to assume very bad things about you. There is no reason that you have to use the word lolly. You could just say small. You could say girl. You could say young girl. I say lolly as a joke. Cut it out. Cut it out. Save yourself. Get out of there. I don't like the term myself. Get out of there. If you say something as not a joke for too long, it eventually becomes not a joke. Get the fuck out of there. I'm very glad I have no idea what that reference is. It just means like a small girl. I don't know, like I think the reason why I'm automatically assuming not even necessarily pedophile, but bad person in general. Same vibe as female? Yeah, same vibe as female. That's a really, really good way to put it. You could just say Anamona Hihi. You could. There are so many things that you could say. When you choose to say lolly, I'm like, that's suspicious. That's why this leak is labeled sus, because the leaker said fucking lolly. So yeah, whatever. Leakers are pedophiles, so we don't listen to them. I shouldn't be throwing around accusations like that. Especially when the original leak is in Chinese, so that very well could be a decision of the translator. This is nothing. There are new artifacts. Wow, okay. Big news. Big news, guys. There are new artifacts. Not sure if there will be a second phase Hexarray buff. Big news, guys. So we don't know. So we can guess a bunch of very basic things about units that everybody else has already fucking guessed. The Animo little girl that we saw is supposed to be a Venti replacement, which no, she's fucking not. Maybe she is, but like, ugh. I mean, I shouldn't say no, she's not. I should say that, wow, yeah, really? You're guessing that she's a fucking Venti replacement? You saw an Animo Mondstadt character, and you said, well, I think she's for Varka. Nobody else has ever thought this. Nobody else has ever... This train of thought is unique. Nobody has ever thought about this before. Animo Mondstadt unit? No, that would never be a Varka support. Nobody looked at the fucking potential gene leak buff and thought, oh, Gene with Varka? Nobody did that. This is the first guy to see a Mondstadt Animo unit and think Varka. So yeah, this dude's a fucking moron. Lohen really seems to be an on-field cryo DPS for Black Duran teams. I also just heavily doubt that one. Considering that you can already play him pretty well as, like, you can already enable him doing cryo stuff with Mona and Seat Lolly very well. Black Duran is low-key crazy. I just say Dark Duran. Yeah, I usually just say Dark Duran, but it said Black Duran and I was reading it out. Seems to be is telling enough. Yeah. But it's like, even if he is that, like, that archetype already exists, but even if he is that, like, big whoop, it doesn't really matter. I don't fucking care. But Lohan might... Wait, what the fuck? It says might be a teammate, and then it says really seems to be an on-field. Whatever, I hate you. I fucking despise this leak. It was made by a pedophile. It was made by a stupid pedophile who's just assuming things that everybody already fucking knows. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't mean to be this hateful. But Jesus Christ, there's just so much in this leak that pisses me off and says so much nothing. It's not even a leak. It shouldn't be tagged as a leak. I'm reporting. I can't report it because I'm not logged in. I can't report it because I'm not fucking logged in. What am I looking for? I completely forgot what I was looking for. I got so mad looking at that leak. That quote-unquote leak. I'm looking for the Chronicled banner. I was just looking for a visual for the Chronicled banner. Add the block term lolly. Thank you very much, Himiko. That one don't hurt. That one don't hurt. Sigs talk. Yeah. I was gonna start off with saying, like, I think this is one of the it's obviously the best Chronicled ish we've ever had, because we keep getting better units. They're running banners from newer regions. Newer regions have more powerful units. That's just how it works. The Sumeru Chronicled, even so, like, yeah, Monster Chronicle was weakest. Then they put out Liyue Chronicled, which kind of had Shenhe, I guess, for Skirk and Escoffier, but wasn't really any good pulls on the Liyue banner. The Sumeru Chronicle banner was a Nilou banner. It was a Nilou banner where you could lose to different units. She was easily the best unit on it. I don't know if I would say she's really worth pulling, but you can easily make good use of her. I would probably say Nilou is at the level of these Fontaine DPSs. Weapon side of the Inazuma Chronicle was good. Oh yeah, I guess it was alright. Had some good stat sticks going on. But yeah, obviously this is 3 on-fielders who are all pretty solid within their role. Navia, I'd probably say Navia is the best out of them. They're all too close for it to matter. I'm gonna like rank them, saying which is the best and which is the worst, but I think they're all too close to matter. I think the differences between them mostly come in gameplay, but if you play any of them well enough, then they reach pretty similar targets. Thank you for the prime, Himiko. Thank you so much. 7 months of pure torture. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it. So Navia, I think, is the best because I think Navia is the easiest to play. They all have actually a lot of team variety. Navia is maybe Navia is the most restrictive. I don't know. It's between Navi or Linny as the most restrictive, but they both have pretty decent team variety. They both have a lot of options going. Navia is the easiest to play. Navia front loads her damage. Navia, you don't have to do any sort of like cancels. You don't have to be particularly well at playing her fast. Like Clorand and Linny, you kind of want to get better at bow cancels. You want to be playing particularly well. You don't want to be getting staggered out of your charge attacks. Clorand, you have to be hitting pretty fast. You do want to be getting 7 skills on her. Navi is the best with current units, considering Linnea as well. Yeah, with Linnea, she's probably the best, but again, not meaningfully different, because it's like Clorand, you just run her and fucking Lunar Charge. Linny, you just run him as an overvape carry. He works. They all work. Navi is better, but like they all clear endgame content the same. So what if Navia gets 10k more DPS? They all clear endgame content the exact fucking same. Probably did this Chronicle now because of Navia Linnea like they did Neely Lama. Yeah, I'm assuming Navia is kind of the prize of the banner. Navia is the unit that I think I've seen people want most, because people just like Navia a lot. Navia was a big feature in the Fontaine story. She's fun, she's silly, she has a good personality. I enjoy her a lot, and also she is going to be getting a decent boost with Linnea coming in. Emily's the best unit on the banner. Emily still has Emily is still fucking putting up competitive numbers in a lot of, especially that Durin exists. Durin's existence really, really helped Emily out. Having a Pyro Replier that can act as a supportive core to buff other units in your team. He's Hexarai. You can enable Hexarai stuff with Albedo. Having a Pyro Replier and a Red Shredder in the same slot, that makes it so you don't really need Deepwood as badly. Emily has benefited so fucking much from Durin. Of course, being an off-field damage dealer, she's the best because she has a lot more flexibility. You can run Emily with a lot of these units. Clorand has a pretty decent quick burn team. I do like running. If I had a Clorand, I would like running Emily Clorand, but I play other Electro units in the slot. That's fun. Linny, you can perfectly run Linny. Emily can fit his monopyro teams just fine. She doesn't bring any offensive utility. She doesn't bring res shred, but good amount of personal damage, and she keeps high pyro uptime, so Linny can get his mono pyro passive off. He can get a bunch of damage bonus. She keeps her burning up, so she gets her burning damage bonus up. Everybody's having a good time. You also can do like, you still can run. Oh, I just realized I was like, you can do like Linny, Bennett, Durin, Emily, and still get your res shred that way. That's really cool. Durin made everyone here better. Yeah, definitely, but Emily got the clearest out of it. Durin did indeed help everyone here, except for maybe Siegeween. I can't think of like Siegeween Durin teams. Yeah, because I don't really play Durin a ton with Farina. But Durin did well with Emily. Durin did well with Chlorand. Even that Overburn team is a particular mention. Got better with Durin. But Navi is about to have an upgrade for him. Vape Burn Siegeween with Emily, of course. I think her gameplay is a bit more engaging. They both spam skill, but Navi is slightly different. Yeah, they're very, very... Navia and Sibai... It's basically like Navia uses the skills first, and Sibai uses the normals first. But otherwise, they play kind of the same. And their normals and skills deal about the same damage, but Sibai does a lot more skills. So she gives out way more damage. Only one who hasn't gotten anything in Nod Cry. I don't know about nothing. She got Varka. But yeah, I think they've all stood the test of time relatively well. They still have teams that they can perform fairly well in. But again, they are Fontaine units, so they are a bit newer. I don't know how well they will stay. Maybe we're planning another big round of power creep. Emily's the best because she's an off-fielder. And you can play her with all of these units. Siegeween, obviously the worst. Siegeween... I want to be nice to Siegeween. I do like Siegeween. Let me turn on my light as well, because it got dark. I really would like to be nice to Siegeween. Obviously, I'm pulling Siegeween, but if I am being objective about Siegeween, I have to move my chair up a little bit. Radiant Beasts are good for Siege? I fucking guess. She didn't get much in particular. Escoffier kind of took her role being a good unit with Farina that does buffs for Farina and that satisfies her healing needs. Siegeween versus Kokomi differences? Actually, not a ton. Kokomi, I would say Kokomi is almost objectively worse, because they both are healers that can be spec'd into a little bit of damage, but Siegeween's damage is better and doesn't take as long. Kokomi needs to be on field to do her full party healing. Really, I think the only thing Kokomi has over Siegeween is better uptime on tenacity, and I could be wrong on that. Siegeween is beyond help. It's like she's... I don't think she's going to be a particularly good pull for me. I don't have many Hydra Iridium. Oops, Hydra Iridium. I started slandering Siegeween and my viewers fucking spiked. People love the Siegeween slander. Definitely mostly usable with Farina. She is the dedicated Farina support. She does good, perfect healing for Farina. She does off-field damage, off-field skill damage buffing, which is what Farina has. She generates a bunch of Hydra particles and drops Farina's ER needs a lot and lets Farina build for more damage. She enables Farina to use fucking, what's it called? Splendor, I guess, but you still shouldn't use Splendor. That's like kind of the best thing you can say about her. And she's usable now in the context of Hydrovarka, because Hydrovarka doesn't have particularly good supports. Farina's is best, and Siegeween being a particularly good support for Farina makes like Farina, Varka, Siegeween, Venti a particularly good, what's it called? C2 Siegeween is a very solid C0 5-star, yeah. That's the thing about Siegeween, is that she's not particularly good at base kit, but C1, C2 are pretty cool cons, and they do open up her use cases a lot more. Like, all these other units, C1, C2, it kind of is just damage. Emily C2, I think, is probably the most interesting because Dendro Res Shred, but, like, it's not that interesting. I think the Hydro Res Shred for Siege Queen is a little bit more interesting because she does less Hydro damage. So it's less of a her just dealing more damage, and it feels like a bit more of a supportive capability. C2 Siege with Mualani, that's good. I like that. Yeah, bad Hydro application, little bit of healing, Hydro Resonance with good particle generation, and Res Shred. That's fun. Like, she's a cool unit. She definitely is a cool and interesting unit with constellations. C2 Siege Queen is half of a Scofia's kit. Which is, it's the cool half. It's the cool half of a Scofia's kit. And she has basically 0 field time. Yeah, that's fun. It's cool. She's mostly a fun unit. She's mostly a fun unit that you can do stuff with. But as for, like, you have to have specific ideas for her. She doesn't just come on your account, and you're never going to be like, oh, wow, I'm so happy I have Siege Queen in this particular context. You kind of have to look out for situations that you want to be using Siege Queen. Rerolled my 4-liner Feather with attack crit, and it rolled all into flat HP off a reroll? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Could have been a Bond of Life EC support before Rena snatched her future. I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I think she could have been a Bond of Life support and a Farina support. Considering she's like only a middling. Nah, it's a middling Farina support. A whole 5-star. Like, she kind of acts. Siege Queen feels like a C6 4-star. Siege Queen feels like a more modern design of a C6 4-star, I think is a good way to put it. Where she feels good to play, and in the context that she was made for, she is really nice. And there are also a few other situations, weird situations, where you can use her. But in general, like, you're not going to get that much use out of her. And she can be a little difficult to, like, find reasons to use. She's a bit of an Eatlua, if Eatlua, maybe more of like a Yehoda. Bow and skill healing is great for Overworld, yeah. It's nice, it feels good. Healing on skill's nice. Being able to build her for nothing but healing and her HP buff, because her off-field skill damage buff does scale off of HP. Yeah, that works. And then for weapons, Emily's weapon is still the best weapon in the game. As far as I know. Emily's weapon still reigns supreme as the largest increase from going from non-signature options to signature options. Emily's signature weapon provides the largest increase out of any signature weapon because of the energy, because she doesn't nearly have enough energy to burst every rotation with non-sig options unless she's in very specific scenarios. Her burst giving her a decent amount of energy. What her burst does is not only does it deal damage of its own, but Emily's skill takes a little bit of time to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, but her burst makes it so that she automatically just brings over her level 2 skill, and she doesn't have any downtime. So not only do you get the damaging stats of the SIG, but you also get the extra damage from casting the burst, and you get the extra damage from not having downtime because her skill doesn't need to take time to build up. So Emily Sig reigns supreme as the best signature weapon in the game. Are you going to make another Emily video if you get the weapon? Maybe. I might, but I include Emily as a support, or like in my teams for so many different videos that I don't think, like, maybe, I don't fucking know. If anything, I feel like her weapon makes her a little bit less interesting because it removes the context of when you are building her for ER. Maybe not a little less interesting. It changes around her ER needs. It still makes her have some ER needs in a few teams. But it, I don't know. Like, it's not incredibly interesting. It's not incredibly interesting, and I already make a lot of Emily content. I don't know if I need another dedicated video about her. I think the 101 was enough. Maybe I could talk about her. I probably will have a section dedicated to her in the Dern video. In the Dern 101, I'll probably be talking about Emily. That's the thing with me. I'll usually just have... I'll be able to bring her up in other videos. Finally, Desert Pavilion Venti. I'm excited to see it. Actually, wait. Made back before the hex set dropped. I'll look at that in a second. Actually, maybe I will look at it right now. Maybe I will look at it right now. Because 4-piece Desert Pav requires you to do a charged attack, right? When charge attacks hit opponents, the equipping character's normal attack speed will increase by 10%. So, like, that's not a big issue. Because you do a charge attack and he gets full uptime. But you do have to do a charge attack, and that's fucking annoying. Boy! Okay, alright. This is just another instance of we have not fully leveled our artifacts. This is another instance of we have not fully leveled our artifacts. From what I know, Desert Pav actually isn't terrible on him. I still think Hexed is better because of how much damage comes from his skill and burst. C2, yeah, we do have a C2 Venti. And Hexed is clunky. Are these 4 stars? No, these are all 5 stars. They're just not fully leveled. They're just not fully leveled, and they're not getting particularly high value rolls. Oh man, this is rough. Like, yeah, that's a 15% crit rate piece. But you got a lot of low rolls going on there. Yeah. Fun idea. Fun idea, certainly, but you haven't spent enough time in the domain to actually get a good set yet. I would still generally recommend Hex set over this, especially because the second option or the second set in the Hex domain is pretty good, unless you don't have Columbina, Inefo, or Linnea. Then you don't really need it. Funny idea. Funny idea, but very clunky, and the build is not together yet. Onset Goblet that has... Wanderer means hate you right now. Wanderer means fucking hate you. I don't have any of them. You don't have Columbina, Inefo, or Linnea. Well, nobody has Linnea, but you're not planning to. Looked inside the Imaginarium stream and found the Fontaine Chronicle banner. Yeah, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing Imaginarium theme the stream. I lied. I'm a big liar. Is it worth pulling on the Fontaine banner only for the 4 stars? No. It's not that the Fontaine 4 stars are bad, but there are too many 4 stars on any given Chronicle banner that you really should never be pulling for the 4 stars. You barely should be pulling for the 4 stars on regular limited banners. And the Chronicle banners just make that worse. You pull on Chronicle banners, like, the 4 stars are like a nice bonus, I guess, sometimes. Meese is a known liar. We imagined doing the Imaginarium. Next stream is going to be Imaginarium, so you'll get your fucking fix there. Should I rename the stream? I kind of like it, because I named the stream that on purpose, a stream in which Meese plays Imaginarium and does nothing else, because I was like, I know I'm not going to do absolutely nothing else. I know I'm going to at least stall for an hour in the beginning, but I might stall forever. I might never do Imaginarium. Onset Goblet is really good. I think I'm going to keep it as my offset Goblet and maybe reroll it. Yeah, this could potentially be a reroll. That was a 3-liner start, but it's very good stats across the board. Somewhat low rolls, but they're all good stats. Yeah, very nice Goblet, and you probably would like to get on a crit circlet. I did indeed notice this before. You would like to get on a crit circlet. You probably just did this to get the idea working. But yeah, having to do a charge attack before you start doing normal attacks is fucking annoying. I would probably advise doing it to start off. So before you even do your burst at all, just do like charge attack, E burst. Awesome. No, it's not. What's not? Got to give me more context than that. I said a lot of things. I don't know what you're saying. No, it's not too. Theater resets today in 8 hours. Do you think I'm going to be streaming in 8 hours? I like that the hope you've got going on there. I really do like the hope you've got going on there, but I have Venti on Pavilion charged is fine during the crowd control. It's really not. I actually did, funny enough, I was doing the math today, and Venti normals, what is it? I was doing the math today.
Have you decided?
Because Venti gets that big fuck off bonus to his normal attacks. He gets this big fuck off bonus to his normal attacks. His charge attack, is a charge attack, and it takes a really long time to charge it up. It only does more damage than 2 of his normal attacks. His first normal attack and his second normal attack both deal less motion value than his charge attack. His third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all deal more damage and take much less time to come out. Much less time to come out. I do charge attack QE? Okay. Why are you not EQ for the animation cancel? Yeah, you should be EQ. You should be doing EQ because Venti particles take a little bit of time to come out. So it just makes everything easier. It just feels like it makes everything easier to EQ on Venti. You need the burst to get the 50% damage bonus on skill? Well, I guess. Wait, 50% damage bonus? Where are we getting 50% damage bonus from? Oh, from his own self buff. You just don't really worry about that. Venti's first skill doesn't do a lot of damage, and that's not a big problem because he has a fucking 6-second cooldown. That's fine. He'll survive. He will fucking survive. Yeah, I know he gets 50% from Hex buff, and, like, technically, what else could you even do? Like, if you have Sig, your skill isn't going to get much damage bonus from Sig, but whatever. Just use your skill first and funnel the particles into him, because if you use your skill first instead of bursting first, it makes it so that you can then get, I think, 2 extra E's within his rotation time, because you E, you Q. What's his burst duration? I think it's 10 seconds total, because it gets extended by 2 seconds. It's 10 seconds total, so you E, you Q. Your shit starts to go on cooldown. You get a second E, you still have like 7 seconds left in your rotation. You get a third E, you have 2 seconds left in your rotation. Then you won't be able to get a final E. If you do burst into skill, you have less time to be doing those extra skills. And you only end up doing, I think, 2. Yeah, I believe you would only do 2 buffed skills within his rotation. Charge attack, EQ, EE. Yeah, E is between the normals, of course. Or you just do QE to make it a lot of damage. Please don't. Please don't do that. Please E before Q on Venti. It's good for energy. It's good for the lineup of your cooldown. It is good for getting more buffed E's within the duration of his burst. Like, I guess you get more motion value out if you E afterward. You don't even. You get the same amount of motion value out. And less of that motion value is buffed. Normal attacks are definitely better, especially with the coordinated attack. Oh yeah, you also have C1. So all that stuff just makes DPC worse and worse and worse. But if you like it, it's funny. Whatever, pop off. Back to this. Emily weapon is still the best weapon in the game. The rest of them I think are just stat sticks. Siege Ween is obviously a bomb. There's not really much to say about these. Clorand has a pretty decent crit damage stat stick with a high base attack. I am actually okay with losing to it because I do not have a high base attack 5-star. So I would like to get one for Bennett. If I get I don't even remember what her Sig is called, but if I get one of those while going for Emily Sig, I would love to put it on Bennett. Navia Sig is, I think, not even best in slot for Navia anymore. I could be wrong, but Navia Sig is fucking... Ugh. Absolution, thank you. One of the reasons I pulled for Azurlite, then I got Aquila. That's so horrible. Did you pull for Azurlite recently? Because I still don't understand this. So Luna, if you were still here, on the off chance that you were still here after your raid, I still don't understand why that dude, he had the option to pull a Mistsplitter or the option to pull a fucking Azurlite, and he pulled the Azurlite. Cause what? I think that patch, I think we knew Skirk was coming, but we didn't have her yet. and he was like, I would like to get Skirk Sig, but I was like, Azurlight or Azurlight. What the fuck am I saying? Mistsplitter is kind of just Azurlight, but it's slightly worse on Skirk, and it's slightly better on everybody else. So if you want to get a generic, I think that was one of his main reasons for trying to get Azurlight. If you want to get a generic 5-star stat stick, high base attack weapon, Azurlight and fucking Mistsplitter have the same base stats, and Mistsplitter passive just works better with like 90% of the units in the game. So I don't know why we're doing this. But yeah, whatever. I don't think Azurlight is a very good generic stat stick. I think Mistsplitter's better. Naviasig is basically the same as Mavsig on her. Eesh, that's rough. And I've been thinking about, because she does have double hex teams with Jest. With Jest, if you run her in double not cry teams, if you run her with Albedo Durin, she gets attack speed, that doesn't matter. But she gets damage bonus, that's 30 damage bonus, 30 crit damage. Compared to, Jesus Christ. Compared to, she gets 20 attack, and I think like 48% damage bonus only to her skill. Yeah, this thing's fucking awful. I lost to 2 Naviasigs, I'm so sorry. I also have a Naviasig, and I've been feeling the pain of that thing. It is so middling. It is so fucking middling. It looks cool. It literally looks cool. I feel like Navia was the first in the line of an experiments of weapons where they asked themselves, if we make a shit-ass signature weapon but make it really, really cool, can we still sell it? And the answer was yes, because we got Naviasig and we got Arlecchino Sig. Linnea, Ning, Aino, Xingqiu, good. It's an alt where I don't have Bina. It's gonna function. It's probably just gonna get carried by Linnea. Higher level, like, Stygian content, you might struggle, but everything else in the game, you should be fine. My reshapes are still only getting 2 chosen enhancement. The middle circle is filled with the third each filling. I should be getting 3 at least. Yeah, you should be at some point. I don't know. If they released a 44 crit rate Claymore, I'd pull that for Navi over Verdict. Well, oh, never mind. I was going to say big news, but I forgot that Sig. I forgot that Bacon is a mid-base attack and not a low-base attack for whatever reason. Mavsig can be harder to play. Only advantage of Naviasig. Yeah, Naviasig, it makes her easy to play, but she doesn't even have that fucking... I guess she has a little bit of that in Jest, because Jest, you take a little bit to build up the stacks on it, so her first E isn't going to be perfectly buffed. But wait, elemental skill? No. Okay, burst doesn't give you stacks. Burst doesn't give you stacks. But you do have to build up stacks, and you don't get a fully buffed first E. Mine is on Bacon. Awesome. Another reason they hate Varka Burst, it doesn't even build stacks. So yeah, Navi weapon is really not all that good. It looks good, and that is the best thing about it. Siegeween Sig is fucking unusable on anyone besides Siegeween, but on Siegeween it's actually kind of funny because it plays more into her damage, and that's silly. Linny weapon is actually a decent generic stat stick because it can be used on a lot of different charge attack units, even if you don't meet the full passive of having 3 units of the same element in your team. It can be a pretty decent. It's mid-base attack, crit damage, just give some attack percent, give some charge attack damage bonus. So you throw that on, like, I don't know, even on like Chaska, it works. Ganyu, it works. Sethos, it's functional, but I think Slingshot's better. I don't even know why I mentioned Sethos. Slingshot is always better. 32% attack with double element. Yep, it's mostly just good for Linny. Venti, no, not on Venti because it's mostly charge attack damage bonus, and Venti doesn't do any charge attack damage unless you're playing DPC Venti. Is Clarent a decent DPS? Want to pull from my Swords Only account? If you're doing Swords Only, absolutely. Chlorand is, I would say, probably at this point around the strength of Razor. Like a C6 Razor. Maybe a little bit worse in like the highest DPS team. But maybe a little bit better. I'd say easier to play. But Chlorand is a pretty solid unit. It's still a stat stick? It still is a stat stick. But I'm trying to think. Would there be anything else that's better? Probably not. But like I'm trying to say units that is particularly good on. Anything can be used on a stat stick. Anything can be used as a stat stick on anybody. Definitely better than Rust. Definitely better than Rust because it's a 5-star. But like it might not even be better than like Skyward Harp. It's probably close to Skyward Harp. Best in slot on Melt Ganyu. Yeah, so I mentioned Ganyu. It's Linny Sig is a bit more of a niche one because it's mostly usable on charge attack characters, and not a lot of people like charge attack bow users. Linny Bow and Linnea, their names sound similar. Unfortunately, no. It's mostly attack bonus and charge attack damage. Gambling with the devil if they want Emily Cons. Am I? Emily Cons. I'm gambling with the devil for Emily Sig. For me, this fucking banner is kind of terrible. For me, the Sig banner is kind of terrible. I really want Emily. I really want Emily Sig. That is the win there. Chlorand, I guess I'd be fine with because it's a high base attack weapon, so I can at least use it on Bennett. That's a cool thing. Navia, I already have Navia Sig, and it's not particularly good. Maybe I'd keep another. I don't know. I'd probably end up refining it eventually. I have had a few situations where I like kind of want a 5-star stat stick, but I have an R5 Serpent Spine, and now I have an R2 Wolf's Gravestone. So I don't think refines on this would do very much of anything besides improve Navia. So Navia weapon would be a big stinking fart. Siege Wing weapon would be a big stinking fart as of right now. But I do want Siege Wing, and I would like to pull a Siege Wing. I don't think I'm going to be able to get her on this banner. But I could get use out of it eventually, but I wouldn't be able to use it at all until I got her. And Linny Sig, not particularly useful on a lot of units that I play, but I do have Linny, and I do like Linny. I wouldn't mind a Linny Sig at all. I would not mind that. First Great Magic for Aggravate Sethos. 6250 crit is better than my Slingshot. You been testing that? You been testing that? Siege Ring Sig is very funny. It is very funny. Because why does it give her a 1,000,000 crit rate? Why does it play all into her damage? I guess that's what you pull a weapon for. 16% charge attack damage bonus. Then you get attack. I do not see how this is better than Slingshot for Sethos. Because it's a little bit more crit, but it's a lot less damage bonus, and then all the other buffs are in attack. And Sethos doesn't have good attack scaling. It feels like it just gives Sethos less stats that he cares about. I guess the slightly more crit damage helps. Also, 60-250 ratio is kind of abhorrent. sorry to call that one out, but 60-250 is kind of disgusting. So you could be getting crit RNG'd on that one. Columbina, you got it. Slingshot on my Sethos is overcap coded? No, it's not. Gets you to 90. Oh, are you doing his, what's it called? Are you doing level 2 charge shots? It overcaps then. If you're doing level 2 charge shots, then this weapon gets a little bit better because the attack scaling on those is a fair bit better. Are we imagining our theater child? We are. It's perfect that you're here in the chat because me saying that I'm ever going to do fucking Imaginarium is misinformation. Yep, true. Okay. Yeah. So that's on your build that Slingshot is not as good. And First Great Magic is probably very slightly better. Let's look at this Combo Bimba. almost 4 hours in, and I've done fucking nothing this whole stream. I love it. I'm having such a good time. You're baiting me here. You're baiting me with this lovely Emily that has slightly too low crit rate. You wanted Columbina. There she is. We're not level 90. What the hell? What the hell? This looks like a nice and functional Columbina build. First impressions, nice and functional. Nice rolls on that circlet. That goes up to 90 crit rate, just above 93. 157. If anything, crit damage is a tad low. That's stupid. I hate that. This is stupid. I don't have too much to say about this Columbina. This is another one. This looks like one that can be improved. Circlet's real nice. I like the circlet. Could do a tad better, but not too much. Yeah, you get a 5-liner and then have it roll a little bit better. I like that goblet. I do really like that goblet. The sands, it does have a lot of crit rate, but your crit rate is a bit high. You might be able to get away with some more crit damage. And that is really most of the valuable stats that it has. So even though that is a stupid, stupid sands. You need an ER sands today? 147 with Pamber is... 147 with ER Pamber is workable. Columbina is another one where her ER needs to depend on her rotation length because her skill stays up for a really long time, and in longer rotations you just has more time to generate more particles. I run it with a Nefa on Fab. That probably does a big help. Probably does a big help. Back in the stream, we were looking at my favorite weapon in the game. What was favorite weapon in the game? Was it First Crate Magic? That tracks. Setho's attack scaling mode is probably good with any sig. According to our chatter, Setho's, charge shot, level 2 charge shot is better with Linny Sig. But it's just that Sethos doesn't, he doesn't usually get the majority of his damage from his charge shots. And if on Fav is a crime against humanity, why? It's high base attack, is energy. She can use energy. I don't get too mad about an F on Fav. I don't get too mad at all. Because her burst is good. A lot of her teams have high energy needs. Like Columbina Flynn's, they both like energy. Let's all look at Silver Shower Heartstrings. Sure. There we go. But yeah, this build, it's nice. It functions. Maybe you could probably afford to get more ER. You don't have particularly good ER rolls. You can definitely get up to like I'd say 160. I like 160-ish in Prototype Amber teams. I have a friend who runs her at 140 with Sig. Sig gives less energy than Prototype Amber. Don't know how he fucking does it. Maybe he just rotates really slow. But yeah, maybe a bit more crit damage, maybe a bit more ER. So this Sands, you might be able to replace, but Sands are Sands, and Sands, Genshin Impact hates giving good Sands. So it could be difficult. Want to mention that I am 0.6. 3,870 people are ahead of me. Oh, wait, for Columbina? Well, the Columbina boards are fake, probably. I haven't looked at the Columbina boards at all because I never look at Akasha because Akasha is the worst website ever. It's not the worst website ever. It's funny and it's cool, but people should not use it as any sort of metric. Oh, wait, she doesn't... I thought she had boards. Are we still using the thing? Bina has like pre-release boards. Dern, pretty please. You got it, Top Hat. I thought she had like pre-release boards. But in any case, any Bina boards that do potentially exist, that might exist in the future, they're probably fake as fuck. They're probably gonna be fake as fuck because they're not gonna count for ER needs. If you can function with this amount of ER, sure, pop off. This is functional. But you definitely could. You could improve this a tiny bit. All these other pieces are quite nice, though. I don't have a problem with any pieces except for the sands, and the sands is good enough. We're having our own conversation about Ganyu. Oh, okay, awesome. I don't know. Okay, I'm just here. I'm just here. And also, this is. Oh wait, this is anxieties. This is anxieties. Redeem anyways. It's not yours. I don't know why I thought it was yours. Now let's look at this fucking Durin. Unreleased Beano boards. There they are. I knew I wasn't going fucking insane. I knew I wasn't going fucking insane. Yeah, okay. Number 1 Columbina has 109 ER. Okay. And is on fucking tenacity? What is this? What the fuck is this? This is great. I love it. These are the fakest fucking builds of all time. Yeah, I imagine there are ER brackets, so what's the 5th one? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. There are ER brackets. At least there are ER brackets. Let's do like 160. I hate this shit. Why do pine trees make poor knitters? They're always dropping their needles. Hi, welcome in Quachi. Wonderful joke. Wonderful joke to get it started off with. Is this the right UID? Yes, it is. Durin! Miss Splitter. Oh my god, we were just talking about you. That gets up to 89 crit rate. Don't have a problem with that. 240, 139 ER. That's a little bit low, maybe. That's a little bit low. With Venti, it's not low. With Double Pyro, it maybe is not low. But depending on the second Pyro. But 140 is indeed a little bit low. If he's glued to Venti, no problems. Tenacity Columbina for Skirk, I would imagine. Maybe. Tenacity Columbina, I mean, it's gotta be better when you start getting constellations on your Flints and Anifa. But... yeah. I don't have much to say about this one. It looks really, really good, but unfortunately, Durin's a bitch. Durin's an absolute bitch. And even though this looks like a healthy amount of ER, it's just below. What ER would you recommend for Durin? I like 150-ish. And I know because I have this amount of ER, and it's always just a little bit not enough. And it's always just a little bit not enough. You can do funneling stuff. You can do Venti. You could do, I don't know. But like 150, I'd say, is a decent general amount. Would it be enough with Crown Skill? It would not be enough with Crown Skill because I do have Crown Skill, and this is not enough. I didn't even look at the skill. I didn't even bother checking on the skill. Without a Crown Skill, you're going to need even more. You're going to need like 160 probably. But it's a clean build. If you did have enough ER, so like Venti teams, this looks good. This looks fucking good. Varka teams where you're running Venti, this looks fucking good. Okay. Is that it? Is that it?
Where you will go from here.
I feel like I don't even have anything to play. I feel like every time I go back to the game, I'm like, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't doing anything. What do I do? Take that soul, my Bina is better. Oh, what happened? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about Saluna. Never even met the guy. How Souls Bina survives with 100 ER? Oh, it doesn't. He has 100% ER Columbina. It doesn't. Unless you have, like, another Hydra that you have to be funneling it to, and not even. Do you want to review my pre-release on A build? Gladly. If you got enough points, I will gladly do it. I've already looked at one. After I got Wolfang, I struggled with the R on him? Yeah. Yup. What am I doing? I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that. Nobody tell me that I had to do that. This is why I mine. This is why I mine. Okay? This is why we fucking mine. Alright? It doesn't ever hurt to stop and collect a few rocks. Theater-shaped elephant in the room? We are not doing theater. We are almost 4 hours in. I'm also kind of getting hungry, and I need to take another bite of my very cold food by now. Let us go Nilu so I can see how fast Nilu does this thing. Nilu, where are you? Hello.
Where are we dancing?
Wow, it's pretty fucking good. Oh, I forgot. I forgot that it would reload me into a separate instance. Oh, but it already counts as filled. Neat. Thank you for the llama, but unfortunately Nodcry tanks, specifically, what's this place called? Nasha Town? This place tanks my fucking frame rate. Can you guys tell? Moonweaver's Dawn R1 or Title Shadow R1 better for Durin and Avarka team? Oh, you mean the sword. Finale of the Deep? Finale of the Deep, yeah. Probably Moonweaver's Dawn. Wait, this thing fabricates weapon materials? It's random what it drops. It is entirely random what it drops. How'd you stall theater for 4 hours? I never wanted to do theater. At the beginning of the stream, I was kind of like, I don't even really know if I want to do theater. I think I could just lie. Need to get more characters. My issue is largely that I have no team flexibility. Yeah, I would argue that team flexibility is much more important at this point in the game when we're getting such specific types of shill. Like, especially for the lower levels of content, the stuff that gives you primo gems, I think it's far more important to invest in a wider variety of teams than to invest in... I think the DPSs are bad pulls. I keep saying it. I keep fucking saying it. I think any on-fielder at this point in the game is a bad pull. I don't think you should be pulling on-fielders. I just think that is generally not something you should be doing if you care about, like, the strength of your account for rewards. Even if you care about the strength of your account for, like, fearless level difficulty, I don't think you need to be pulling on-fielders. I think you can get by with the stupid fucking busted on-fielders, or off-fielders, that Hoyo has been releasing. What else am I saying? I had something else to say. What site do you use for reviews so I can check if it's there? You can just put it in your showcase. I use Enka dot something. I don't know the actual website name, but put it in your showcase here. Make sure your character details are on, and it'll be there. Anyways, let's look at this fucking albedo. Let's help the stall. This has just been a review stream. Two gender characters who have snake themes do not have very snake themed combat effects. I am so sad about that. Who's the... I know Baiju. Top 10 0 Yarbina scam. Beep boop. Beep boop bop. Beep boop bop. Fuck off. There we go. Tell me if I need Husk or should I just get C1? You should just get C1. Golden Troop. Just get C1. If you already have him on the picker, Albedo is one of the best constellations to get on the picker, if not the best. Thinking about it, like, I think Albedo is probably the best. Hex 5-star? I don't know. No, well, Durin. I forgot about Durin. Durin is the best Hex 5-star, but out of the ones who got buffed, I think it's probably Albedo. Nefer has... Oh, Nefer does have snake themes. What the fuck? But she's also cat themes. Apart from Arlecchino, Varese, and Flynn's, all my actual good characters are off-fielders and they can carry my account.
Go for it.
Yeah. Bro even started playing IT? No, I'm not doing it this stream. I lied. I'm gonna be doing it next stream. Khaleesi 1 is great, but Khaleesi 1 is only good for Klee. It is a Klee damage increase. Klee's a fine DPS, but it's only useful when you are playing an on-field Klee team. Albedo being an off-fielder that has... He's not even really a good con. It's maybe not the best C1 on the selector. Is there another one that's better? I don't fucking know. But 50% defense on this character who does a bunch of other stuff generically. I could probably make a case for another character because Albedo being hex reliant is kind of a suck-ass thing. Does a lot for his versatility. Hu Tao? Maybe. Well, if I don't think Khaleesi won, if it's not Albedo, it's probably gonna be no, if I said it can't be... If it can't be Khaleesi 1, it can't be Hu Tao C1. If it can't be Khaleesi 1, it can't be Hu Tao C1. I don't like playing on-fielders any more than the rest of you, but I cannot keep playing Kuching. Already got the rewards. Yeah, I already did it. I already did the Imaginarium earlier. I have full cleared it. I've gotten all the floors, but I have not gotten all the stars. So the only reward left is 1 elixir, and I don't really care about 1 elixir.
Anyone else?
I don't use my elixirs all that often. Definitely a Goro review? Definitely a Goro review. Okay. Anyways, I need to keep looking at this. Yeah, miserable crit ratio, but that's Spindle Albedo. What are you gonna do? You have pretty nice... woof. Woof.
Like this.
Just craft a fucking Sans at this point. Just craft one at this point. Is it even worth it? This thing's fucking awful. This thing is holding you the hell back. This is your card? No? This is not me. That does not say based. And I would not be running a Golden Troop Albedo. But it does have the right talent levels. Yeah, just kind of rough crit rate. If you could get stupid fucking... Rough everything. Rough everything. This piece is holding you back. Everything else looks pretty solid. Yeah, I like it. I like the rest of it. If you can change out your fucking Sans and get C1, you're doing great. You are doing great. Holding on to my selector choice in case we get character buffs. I do not know who to pick now. I know I want Albedo. Even if we get other buffs. Actually, what? Jean, maybe. But Jean I'm just going to pick from the 5-star selector. Or the standard banner selector. Tenacity Albedo is the GOAT. That's why I never run an Golden Troop. That's the reason.
A deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a
Now let's look at the
huge balloon.
Goro.
Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then poof! It's now flying away.
Now let's look at the Goro. Goro. Swing shot. Crit. Defense. Tiny bit of ER. No defense substat. Oh, wait, no. 1 defense substat. 250, so that's... Well, a decent amount of that. Nah, not flat. But you're getting like... I don't know. A lot of fucking defense. This is good. No problems with this. Lene is boring. Sorry. Lene is boring. Once I kind of realized, I was like, oh yeah, she doesn't have ER needs if you don't need healing. If you don't need healing for the sake of like a shield mechanic or Farina, she does not have ER needs. And yep, that's functional. Good crit stats. Funny EM rolls. That'll be a functional Linnea. She'll deal some damage. She will deal some damage. That's the best crit circle I have on my account. Couldn't even steal from someone.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
It's not terrible.
Take it easy.
AR-59, so you're a bit newer? Not new by any means, but a bit newer. So you probably pick up something better later. I did not have good crit circlets for the longest times. Overcrit with Eloa? Where? She sends crit damage, right? No, she sends crit rate. Okay, yeah, overcrit with Eloa.
Unassuming it.
Not if it's a C5 or previous Eloa. If it's a C5 or previous Eloa, you're not overcapping, and if it is a C6 Eloa, you are capping by what? 10% or 5%, right?
Let's start things.
19% crit rate? Well, doesn't she ascend crit rate? Didn't I look that up? Was I wrong? Was I stupid? Did I forget immediately? She ascends crit rate, so she's going to get an extra 14 crit rate from Ascension. So that's going to get her up to like 93. A little bit extra from Eatlua. It's 5%, so you're going to be overcapping by like 3%. You're going to overcap by like 3% with a C6 Eatlua. Not enough to care about. I won't use her with Eatlua. She's purely for my Navia. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So it doesn't even matter. I forgot about the crit rate Ascension, so this just gets better with crit rate, or this gets better with Ascension. Fuck yeah. Sharpshooter's Oath moment indeed. How much crit? I should just look this up. I should just look this up. How much does Sharpshooter's Oath give? 3-star bow, please. 46, so that's a decent chunk less crit.
Surprise baptism.
Sharpshooters is horrible. Well, the only thing you're using Slingshot for is the crit rate anyways. She doesn't get anything from the passive. It's just crit rate. So I just needed to check. Like, obviously it's lower, and that's why people are using Slingshot instead of Sharpshooter's Oath. But it's not that much lower. Yeah, it's 15-ish less. Which is not that much lower. Still just use Slingshot. You have a Slingshot. You get Slingshots from wishing. It does not have to be refined. 15 is a lot? Not really. Like, I mean, yeah, it's good. It's good. But, like, it's not that much. Nogcry Bow is not bad if you want to burst. Yeah. It exists, technically. Lenny Sig is crit damage, more CV than Slingshot? Yeah. So if you have Lenny Sig, you use that instead of Slingshot. Because Slingshot is not good. It's 20 less CV? No, it's not, right? Because this goes up to, that's 62.4, maybe it is. It's like 16. Yeah, it's like 16% less crit rate. Which is like, it's not that big of a decrease, but there's no fucking reason you should ever be using a Sharpshooter's Oath. Because you have a Slingshot. It came with your fucking Xbox. You have a Slingshot. It's 20 less rounding error. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, okay? Because yes, it's slightly lower. It is slightly lower CV. But also, you have a Slingshot, so you should never worry about Sharpshooter's Oath ever unless you are overcapping on crit rate. That is the one thing. That is the one thing. That is the one situation where you should be using Sharpshooter's Oath is if you are overcapping on Slingshot. But you should probably just get a build that works on Slingshot. Here else, Linnea Talk is making me consider pulling her on release. If only Chronicled was phase 1 so I could use any extras on her. That's kind of where I am at. Where like I could do, if I have any extra wishes left after getting some stuff I want on Chronicled, I could do a 10 pull on Linnea. Because I like her as a character. She seems silly. I wouldn't use her. I would do the same thing I already promised. Since I was thinking about doing a random 10 pull on Escoffier. I was believing... I was maybe going to do a 10 pull on Escoffier in this patch. I guess the Escoffier banner is still available. But if I did get her, I was not going to be using her in any endgame content. Because I wanted to see if I was able to beat the Escoffier inclined endgame content without Escoffier. because I don't like her, and I think she and Skirk just a lot of the shill is not fun. No fucking way, a nat 20. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, wow. Thank you. Is Razor who you got? No, I've done nothing all stream. I've done nothing. Nothing at all. Actually, how much, I could try to grind up to try to get a crown on Razor. I think I'm kind of close. Right. Right. Oh, wow, I have 5,000. I'm 5,000 more off. Okay. That's gonna be very easy to do.
Let's stir things up.
Start using Razor? Not when you're gonna be mean about it. Not if you're gonna be a stinky head about it. Sharpshooter looks better on her, and surely that's what matters most. Surely that's what matters most. Yummy. I'm just doing this. I am just gonna be doing this because I can get... Well, actually, I probably am able to... Yep. He's not at the end of my roster anymore. I can't just do that. Hooray!
Position like this.
Yippee!
Like that.
We have a fucking crowned Razor! Whoops. Oops. I didn't mean to quit out entirely. Yippee! We have a crowned Razor! Was that the optimal talent to crown? I don't even fucking know. I think it was. I can't find any Razor calcs anywhere, and I'm not doing that shit myself. Actually, I am doing that shit myself. Yeah, that is easily Durin, that is easily Razor's best talent to crown. Congrats, thank you. Thank you so much. Crowned Razor.
Take a deep breath.
Others, I will be attempting to get to level 8.
Till all your sleep
I could do one more level on the burst now, and that's how I can end off stream. We could do that, because then that caps out his attack speed bonus that he gets from his burst. Hello, Rosaria. Good to see you. Wow, Nilu is actually on her Sig. It's pretty rare. Razor 101 incoming? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely making a Razor 101 video. Razor is fucking awesome. Razor fucking rocks. Razor is such a cool unit. Like, I already was interested in him. There's a reason I had him at level 80 before the Hex buffs. Because I was like, he has reaction spam stuff. And it's interesting that he has meaningful personal damage, meaningful personal electro damage alongside physical attacks. He doesn't get an infusion, so you can use external infusions on him and do reaction spam things. That's all cool. Gotham needs me. Is this you? Bye-bye, Gerato, if Gotham needs you. And the fact that now he's just better, he's just generically better. He has all this extra shit in his kit. He has all this extra scaling. He has all this extra crit. He's so much cooler. Got the most hex buffs without needing a hex teammate? Yeah. He, like, genuinely got some of the largest buffs like, out of all of the hex buffs. He got some of the largest ones, and he also got he got pretty much the only ones that you don't need a second hex unit for. That's enough for that.
Take your true form.
Doot-deet. Hello, hello. Gather some more stuff. Hello. Hello, falling forever, Shenhe. Oops. Didn't get that. I'm gonna be teleporting around a lot, so you don't have to follow me immediately. I liked him because he's awesome. He also is awesome. And also, Osu, just be mindful not to spam. You haven't been spamming too much, but Just a reminder. That message is never getting unpinned because it was funny. Do you want me to pin something else? Should I be pinning something else? Nicole will turn Razor into a meta DPS. He already is. I could possibly argue that he is meta. Meta is such a fake, vacuous word that can mean so many different things. Oops, let me get this. No, Imagine Theater. Sorry, just joined. Nope. Nope, I lied. I just want to do stall the entire stream. Next stream is going to be Imaginarium because Imaginarium resets in just a few hours for me. I was thinking of redoing this Imaginarium because I did not get full stars on it. I wanted to do it for the sake of proving that I could get full stars on it. But the only reason this is I guess why this provides a little bit more context and I haven't said it yet this stream. The only reason I didn't full star clear is because my Flins was completely ungeared. So I played my Flins into the last fucking chamber of IT. I didn't have any other options because I planned around having Flins as my last unit. I used all my rewinds and Flins did not have any gear on. I still cleared because it was like a Columbina official team or something like that. So it was still plenty of damage without Flins geared. But it was not enough to star. You meta what? Exactly. Who did you meet? Y'all are not funny enough? Don't be mean to the YouTubers, okay? They're shy enough. They're too shy to fucking chat already. Stop bullying them and telling them they're not funny enough. You must imagine the theater. Went through RT and didn't realize my shout is goblet on. Still cleared though. Made my life difficult. Yeah. I think my Flins had like 2 artifacts. If it's out in Asia, what are the elements? It's freeze and geo. Hydro cryo geo. Where am I going? I don't have any idea. I guess I might as well just fucking do the walk instead of the teleport. Whee. Let me grab that. Let's get these levels on Razor. Whoops, it was accidentally a stall stream. There's no way. There's no way I've been streaming for 4 hours. Right? I feel like I just started. I'm gonna take another bite of food. Yeah, we see it. Yeah, we see the fit. we indeed see the fit, Gerato. Webinar Rosaria was an accident and neither Flins or Nefa has ever touched it. You... What the fuck? C1 Flins. Did you do this on purpose? Did you do this on purpose? Did you do this on purpose? Be honest with me. I'm also taking a drink. No, I wanted Varkasig. 3 pity C1. Oh, okay. All right. Was it a double? Or were you pulling? I feel like it has to be a double if it's fucking 3 pity.
Everything is negotiable.
I got super lucky and pulled 4 Nubilette. He's a C4R1 that I'll be borrowing for theater. That don't add up. Did he have a C0? Span of 200 wishes. Jesus. That's good. Huh. Accident in the sense that there was already R5 of it? No, I was asking about the C1 flints. I was asking about the C1 flints, if that was on purpose. I wanted Inocons, so I was doing singles. What the fuck do we want Inocons for? She's perfect. What do we want? Unless we don't have C4. That could cause problems. If we don't have C4, I get C6 is technically a damage upgrade. Who gives a fuck? The team does enough damage already. It does enough damage already. You don't need Ino C6 for shit. Now we go. Oh wait, all right. Why did I do that? Why did I jump out of the Asha? I'll just find another one, but I shouldn't have done that. Because I like her? Fine. Fine. Whatever. I guess it is. That's within my own parameters. I will do 1 Hail Mary 10 pull for a 4-star. And 3 Pity Flins is indeed within those parameters. C6 and C1, I know not buffing an Effa at all is so stupid. It's very much on purpose. Because if it did buff an Effa, she would... she'd be like 20k. She wouldn't be 20k DPS, but I was gonna say she'd be 20k DPS off of Farina, but she'd be a lot more competitive with Farina. Better I know would make people realize just how fucking mid. Columbina isn't mid. They made her deal a shitload of damage. They made her deal a shitload of damage, and that's her fucking thing. Do you like Razor also? I have already answered this question. I've already answered this question several times. Whee. Can I retire? I want to go live in this place. It does seem like everybody's having a lot of fun here. It seems like everybody is constantly coked out of their fucking mind. Maybe not coke. Actually, definitely not coke. They're all too chill. They're not stealing in a fucking car transmissions. But they're on some shit. They're all on some shit. There's weed in the air. Indeed, there fucking is. There's that one coked out island here, though. Oh, is there a specifically coked out island? Just good old Mary Jane. Yeah, probably. Probably. These guys, yeah. The way they dress, I don't expect them to do anything harder than weed. I guess that was on me. You come into the crib in your fucking white man in the indigenous fit coming in the crib. I get that they are supposed to be indigenous of some general nature. Like, dude's got locks. But they do look very white. They do look incredibly white, and it's very funny. Who are you getting for your free constellation? This funny man. That funny man. Wait, have I finished doing this event? I have. An LSD shrooms quest on the Easy Breezy Resort? Oh, I guess I forgot about that. I probably did it, but I most likely forgot about it. Has sudden infant death syndrome infected Genshin because I've never seen a baby in Genshin ever? That's a really good question. Maybe. I feel like we've gotten babies in like those those 2D animated cutscenes. I feel like that's where we might have gotten some babies. But I can't remember any particularly. Why are those balloons? Hold on. Oh. They just have the world's worst draw distance. What is that? I'm 10 feet away, man. Like you really don't want to wait any longer? Sure. We saw baby Bennett. There it is. Yeah, we saw baby Bennett. We indeed saw baby Bennett. And also, I guess the sudden infant death syndrome hasn't gotten to the Saurians yet. Because the Saurians got babies. I woke up at the end of the stream. I'm so sorry. I didn't do any Imaginarium, if that helps. If you really wanted to see Imaginarium. Bennett was once a baby, then he got better. What are Sethos teams you can think of? Lucky you, I have an entire video about it. I can think of a lot of Sethos teams. That is too broad of a question for me to answer it in a live stream. You gotta get more specific than that. They got babies. They got babies. Go my evil villain. Get him. You can tell he's an evil villain. He's no longer the Saurian doctor. What did I need? What did I need? How much did I need to be crowning Razor? Not crowning, but leveling his burst one more time. It would be... Is 120? Okay. I'm not too short. Doing IT soon? That's a lie. I never said that.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
Huh?
Let's take it easy.
I'm going here. Here. Oops. They deport all babies to Mondstadt. This is why there are no babies. This is why Mondstadt needed buffs the most. Because everybody from Mondstadt is a baby. A stream in which Meese plays Imaginarium and does nothing else. That's why I made it the title. Because I was like, there is a real chance that I will play 0 Imaginarium this stream. There is a very real chance. There is a high chance that I am playing 0 Imaginarium this stream. But I said I would. That was what was on the schedule. So if I just put enough Shirleys and Rillies there, people will eventually get that it's ironic. People will understand it eventually. Is this a song that's on my playlist? No, it's not. Cut the shit out! Stop it, title. Stop adding random fucking songs and playing them to my playlist. I can't even say that's a title issue. That is an every music app issue. Spotify does that shit. What? Leave me alone.
I gotta keep my balance.
Could you not, dude? Thank you. Where are some other artifact spots? I like forget all the artifact spots. I know this. I know this. I know Liyue. We can go to Liyue, but that one isn't particularly good anymore. I think we've gotten better ones. But I have a few Liyue spots that I still go to. Look at D-Luke. That's a child in a man's trench coat. You know it. Apple Music doesn't have that problem. Oh, maybe I should. Think they have a setting for that? I used to use Tidal. Oh. Maybe they do. But I don't care enough to find it. I'm going to keep blaming the app. I actually have had a lot less issues. I don't know if you guys can tell, but like there's been a little bit of a UI update with Tidal. And since that, I've had a lot less issues where this little thing automatically, like it fucking God. This actually does automatically update even if I'm tabbed out. And I've just had less issues with the music stopping in general, so I might stick to Tidal. I don't know. The main issue with Tidal is just that it doesn't have music that people request. Fish! Fish 'em! I don't really want to do this. Nasha Town has a lot of artifact routes? Ugh! I'm not going to use Nasha Town. Nasha Town makes my game too framey. I don't know what it is with Nasha Town, but Nasha Town specifically burns my fucking PC. Only like one thank you title in today's stream? Oh my god. You pre-farming for anyone? No, I am not. I am not. There are no really new units that I plan on getting within the next patch. I am not going to be pulling on Linnea banner. I'm not going to be pulling on any of the limited banners. Don't want Chaska. Already have Lauma and Nefer, and I don't really want cons on them. The only thing that I am going into next patch guaranteeing that I get Emily Sig. So I could pre-farm Emily Sig, I guess. But weapons just take a lot less time to farm anyways, so I don't care that much. Ocean Island is 4. Yeah, I marked the Ocean Island place. It has those spots, and then it has... I have this place marked as in and around. That is the title of the pin. Because there are a few... little spots in here. Yeah. I was using this yesterday when I was doing my farming. My Mora farming. For Razor levels. What 4-star could make you pull on Linnea's banner? None of them. I don't do that. I had, what? Sethos was on the Columbina banner. I have a C5 Sethos. Sethos hated me on the Columbina banner. I didn't even do any more Hail Mary 10 pulls. He despised me so much. Not even a surprise, Candace. I'm not wishing on this banner. She's right there. I'm not wishing on this one. No 4-star can ever make me wish on a banner. That is just not something I do. I will maybe do a Hail Mary 10 pull to get a 4-star that I do not have a copy of. But I don't pull on banners for 4 stars. I think that's a dumb idea, frankly. I think it is something you should never do. I pull for 5 stars, and the 4 stars I get on the way are a treat.
I'll catch up.
And that sucks. That's the state of the game. It sucks that we have to do that, but I think that is the intelligent decision. I will pull for Evil Nahida. Yeah, like me probably. I mean, assuming she's going to be on, what? Nicole banner. If I care about Nicole. Probably be doing some pulls for her on there. Please. But what? I was a little bit tantalized by the Varesa and Shilonen reruns. When it had Gaming, Chevy, and Eonsan. I have a C3 Eonsan, a C4 Chevy, and a C1 Gaming. So I was like, maybe I want to do a little bit of wishing on the Varesa banner, but I decided against it, and I have not regretted it. I have not regretted it in the slightest. Same streamer that went from C1 IFA to C6.
Someone needs assistance.
That was luck. I told you, I don't pull for fucking... Also, that's not true. Right? Is it true? No. I thought I got to C4. I thought I got to C4. I legitimately don't think that's true. I'm pulling out my wish history. I think you're lying to me. Where else did I get IFAs? I got... Where is... There it is. Paimon. Paimon.moe. Wish counter, please. Wish counter, please. I need you guys to be able to look at, what I am looking at here. Perfect.
You seem tired. Would you like some tea?
Aoife.
I'll brew you some.
Yeah.
Do you take sugar?
Million Aoifes on this banner. Million billion Aoifes on this fucking banner. Aoife. I got... Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember this. I got 4 Aoifes on the Mualani banner. I got 1 Aoife on his debut. And then I got 1 million on this banner. 1 million on this banner. Okay, you're lying to me. You're fucking lying to me. Those 4 stars convinced me to pull for Shilonen. I think if I didn't have Shilonen, I probably would have pulled on that banner. But since it was Varesa, I was like, I don't really care that much about Varesa. So I won't pull. Bina banner? Yeah, I know I got a million IFAs on the Bina banner. What the hell? My avatar has not been talking for the past however long.
Whatever it is.
That's great.
What
I think it's only, yeah, it's only attached to my headset microphone. So if I have that muted, it doesn't move at all. Sometimes I wish I had Shilona, but I know I'd regret pulling her. Probably at this point in the game, I might regret a little bit. I don't know. No, I still think I would have enjoyed my Shilonen. I'm happy that I have a Shilonen. Especially that I'm not getting Linnea. I like that I have Shilonen. What do you mean I pull for C1 Escoffier and only get C1 Dahlia? I think you would get along with another member of this chat, Epic. I think you'd really, really get along with another member of this chat. Perhaps one of my moderators. Let's go. How does Paimon.moe work? You just, there's a few different ways you can implement your wish history. You can either just get it to run a little command on PowerShell and it'll do it automatically, or if you don't trust it to do that, you can manually input your history, and that's it. It just keeps track of your wish history. That's neat. Where am I going? Where am I going? Where the fuck am I going? Inef is my lucky banner character, and Skirk is my unlucky banner character. No! You weren't pulling for Mualani at the time, that's for sure. No, I was absolutely pulling for
Would you
Mualani.
like some tea? I'll brew you some. Do you take sugar?
I guess, alright, that's where we bring into context. I was asked what 4-star would make you pull on Linnea's banner, and I answered none because I don't really want... Why are we all changing our names to based? What is this? What is this? Why are we all changing our names to based? The context was someone asked me what 4-star could be added to make me pull on the Linnea banner, and none, because I don't really want Linnea. But Mualani, I was happy with getting Mualani. That's why I kept going. That's why I lost my 50-50 to Amona, and I kept going on the banner, because I was like, yeah, I want a Mualani. I could take a Mualani, and I like the 4-stars on this banner. I will always pull for the 5-star first. 4 stars are a bonus. I guess it's April 1st for some time zones. Oh, I guess. My perfume girl is a little jacked.
It's time to move on.
Who are you
We
people?
shouldn't stay here.
Who the fuck are you people? I don't memorize your guys' UIDs. I don't memorize your guys' UIDs. Are these my moderators causing trouble against me? I just checked fucking, what's it called? I just checked my staff chat in the Discord and there weren't any schemes. There weren't any schemes going on. I could also kill another 15 minutes and just do a fucking Mora leyline claim. Not even 10 minutes. Is that just what I do? I can kill 10 minutes doing other shit too. What server is this? America. North American server. Fuck it, 3 stars. Anything for the Mora.
Would you mind coming with me?
Anything for the Mora, because the faster
Just down.
I get this Razor's talents up, the faster, oh fuck. The faster I can
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
get back to artifact farming. Jesus Christ, I want to artifact farm so bad. I want to fucking artifact farm so bad. 9-10 pellets, so you gotta go a bit longer, yeah.
Neutralize.
Wait, you can do that? Yeah, you can convert artifacts into Mora.
Take good care of them.
Also claim your teapot Mora. I did at the beginning of the stream, so I fear it's gonna be like 10k. Also, I think I'm gonna have to kick everybody out. Yep. Bye. Sorry. Do you have to help me in a boss? Yeah, yeah. Aqua said what you should be doing. I am not gonna drop what I'm doing in the middle of the stream to help a viewer. Sorry, that's just. If I help one person, I gotta help everybody. So yeah, I can buy one more thing of Mora. One more thing of Mora.
If you ever...
Why did you kill 7 Emilys? I didn't. I didn't kill a single one. They're all fine. They just went home. They all went home. 2 times I pulled out an F banner. I was running. I got early 5 stars and lost on Skirk to Chi-Chi. Well, if we're just going on losses, I'm sure you got more unlucky banners than just Skirk. Or to Chi-Chi again on the Escoffier banner. They're just trying to protect you. That's what it is. Hoyo wants to protect you from the horrors of experiencing Skirk and Escoffier. Can you make a Discord Evil Schemes channel? I'll consider it. Put it in the suggestion box and I'll think about it. I don't know how anyone ever has enough artifact XP to be able to do that. Here's the thing, I don't care about my artifacts. I care more about my Mora than I care about my artifacts. That's how I am able to salvage my artifacts into Mora. What am I at? I'm at 40. Okay, so cool. That's basically all the progress I am going to be able to make on Razor today. But Crown Normals? Crown Normals? Sure, whatever. Crown Normals, level 7 burst. So I get the max out speed attack speed bonus. That's big, baby. What is the cap on attack speed again? When does stream end? In like 10 minutes, probably. What is the cap for 60%?
Do you take sugar? 1 cube or
Can we
2?
kill TCG for an Evil Schemes channel? That sounds perfect. Meese tomorrow be like, I caved and pulled for Escoffier and Skirk. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm gonna do. On the final day of the Skirk banner, I'm gonna be like, I changed my mind, I went insane, and I don't care about Emily's signature anymore, so I spent everything on Skirk. I feel like, look, I get the joke is that we can't trust Meese anymore because they pulled Nefer. But if anybody actually thinks that I will pull Escoffier and Skirk over Emily Sig, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that's a you problem. That's a you problem. Now Razor's ready for theater. He was ready for theater before that. He's just better now. 60% is the attack speed cap. Is so low. What if they ask you to pull them really nicely? I would be like, well, if you're being so nice, you understand. You understand my priorities and why I can't be pulling you and why I need to be saving. I'm not even going to be doing any like funny Hail Mary 10 pulls with the monthly wishes that I get tomorrow. That was a Varka thing because I cared about Varka. I was like, Varka's pretty cool. I like Varka a lot. I'll do my 10 pulls on Varka. 4 pulls? No, thank you. No, thank you. C2R1 Skirk, you only need 4 pulls. No, thank you. Think of the Dahlia cons. That actually is one of the larger there's a word, incentives. Why did I forget what incentives was? That is one of the larger incentives for me to be pulling on this banner is Dahlia cons and Candace cons. And I guess maybe Charlotte cons a little bit, but they're not big enough incentives to justify doing it.
Do you take sugar? 1 cube
Attack speed cap because they probably didn't like how animations looked at higher attack speeds. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not going to ascribe any reason to it.
Someone needs assistance.
I think maybe, if anything, it's just that we didn't have a bunch of sources of attack speed early in the game, and they were like, fuck it, just make it 60%. You're never going to reach 60% because no one source of attack speed gets particularly close, except for Razor. Razor gets to 40, so it's kind of like any other one. Not really. You kind of need a stronger source of attack speed like Dahlia or Mika to cap it out. How far are you away from a 4-star? I know, I checked. 2. I did. Oh, guys, already. By the way, I already did 1 pull on Escoffier, and that's all I'm willing to do. I did do 1 pull on Escoffier. I am 2 fucking pity away from a, or I guess I'm 8 pity away.
I'll catch up.
Emily has a weirdly strong grip among fellow non-binary people. The perfume ad really clicked. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it? Do a half pull? A half pull, you mean? I'm not doing a pull. Get her fork Meese, it's so good. Yep. I tried. Look, I tried my best. I tried my best. I did so hard. I tried for that fork.
Whenever you need.
Harbinger done is unironically better than Escoffier. You know it, baby. You know it. What do you say? Oshvarka refines increases attack speed on the weapons, even took R5D at 20%. I'm happy that refines on Varka weapon don't increase attack speed, because attack speed is a bad stat, and that would mean that more of the power was siphoned into the attack speed. How deep are you? So you can see that I'm 2 away, or I have 2 pity on 4-star, and 9 pity on the 5-star. I'm really not a person who tends to do much pulling after I get the 5-star that I want. I am always a person who pulls for the 5-star and then pretty much stops after that. Make a pull about not doing a pull. It's pretty rare that I will keep going to try to get 4-stars or try to get like additional copies of stuff. I don't really do vertical investment very much.
You seem tired.
Like, right now, I think the only banner that I have any significant pity on is Chronicled, and that's because I was pulling to try to get Star Glitter for Ningguang. So I could buy Ningguang C6. And I was also alright with getting an Elegy. Gotta say for Emily, good self-control, thank you. I do my darndest. I think I actually have very good self-control. I don't really like gambling that much. I don't enjoy the gambling because so much of the time I get really unlucky and the gambling feels really bad. And I just have bad memories of gambling. I did not win a 50-50 until Fontaine came out. I am a day 1 player. I lost every 50-50 I ever had until Fontaine. So I just never got hooked early on, and I never got the good feeling of gambling that I find it pretty easy to resist the urge. I feel like I know what I want, and I have bad luck, so I feel pretty strongly that I have to plan for things. So I find it pretty easy to resist the gamba, and yeah, that's it. I just find it easy to resist the gamba. First non-gambler Genshin player. Because I keep telling you guys, I play Genshin in spite of it being a gacha game. Like, I don't give a fuck about other gacha games. You try to tell me to play another gacha game, I downloaded Arknight's Enfield because everybody was talking about Arknight's Enfield. Oh, it's a factory builder, it's so much fun. Never opened it. Not a single time.
Get out of here.
Not a single time. Save my premiums for 2.7 years? Beautiful. This is how you should be playing the game. You should play the game, you should plan exactly what you want to get. Once you get it, stop pulling. Don't do a thing where you're like, oh, well, I got an early skirk, so I have a bunch of extra primos, so I might as well throw it on the I might as well throw it on the weapon banner, especially for first banners. Don't do that shit. Don't be pulling weapons and constellations on first banners, okay? Risley doesn't count. Risley doesn't count. I know I pulled Constellation Risley on his first banner. He doesn't fucking count. I knew I'd be using Risley long term. But in generally, just save.
You seem tired.
Just save.
Would you like some tea?
Do as I say and not as I do, yeah. And also, that was the one exception that I ever had. You can do that sometimes. I think actually that's a good exception. Being like, I really give a fuck about Risley. I did so much research. I was like, I love you, Risley. I love you, Risley. Risley is a big silly guy, and Risley, I unfortunately am a little bit attracted to him. That is just how things go. I really wanted Risley. I followed leaks. I knew I would enjoy his playstyle, and I also knew the caveat with his C1. I knew that I probably wouldn't enjoy him nearly as much without his C1. So I was like, he's a unit that I like in gameplay, he's a unit that I like in character, and he has a meaningful first constellation that actually changes gameplay. I am okay going for this constellation, and I also got pretty lucky. So that helps. I think you really should be planning. Like, I don't think it was a great decision to pull this on his first banner. Maybe I should have waited till his follow-up banner.
Find some treasure.
I don't know. No, I think it was probably a good decision for me, but that was luck. That's what I should say. It was a good decision for me because I knew that C1 Ryo would make me, like, this would be what made me come back to the character over and over. This gameplay, the change in his gameplay, I was like, I know I would not enjoy him without C1, and I would enjoy him with C1. I played him at C0, and I didn't enjoy it nearly as much, and I played him with C1, and I enjoyed it a lot more. What? I don't think it was a good decision. I think I should have probably waited for a follow-up banner, so I knew I would enjoy playing him, and then on a follow-up banner, I would be able to pull C1 and make him better. Yeah. And make him more fun to play. But for me, I know that I probably would not have nearly as much fun with him in the like year or whatever that it took him to rerun with just C0. C1 is such a quality of life improvement, and that's all it is. Do you think C2 Durin is worth it? My phone just fell, but it was plugged in, so it didn't fall on the ground. No, I don't think any constellations are worth it. I don't even think that this one is worth it. I think it's a bad constellation for damage. I think it's pretty much just a quality of life constellation. I think this is a constellation that you pull if you really like Wriothesley and if you want to be playing a lot of Wriothesley. And that's it. No constellations are good constellations. Every time I think about a constellation, I was like, I got Durin Sig, and I was like, do I want to do more vertical investment? Do I really care? Because C1 is kind of interesting. And every time I think of getting a character constellation, I think to myself, Durin constellation means -1. It means I don't get another character. Getting Durin C1 means I don't get another character, and I can never justify that. Me personally, I can never justify that. If you can justify that, if you care about one unit specifically enough to dedicate going on a constellation for them, or if you just get really fucking lucky, but you can't count on getting lucky, so I'm not going to count that as a factor. If you really just care about a unit, if you like them that much, either how they play and how their constellations affect their gameplay, or if you just like them as a character, then you can go for a constellation. Otherwise, no constellations are ever worth it. Constellations are only worth it if you like what the constellation does, or if you like what the character does. They are never worth it for damage. Just like weapons. I don't think weapons are ever a recommendation. I mean, I've talked about Emily. I am pulling Emily Sig, and I'm really excited to pull Emily Sig, and I keep saying it is the best signature in the game for purposes of increasing the damage of the character it is a signature for. But I've been playing Emily for a year and a half now, almost 2 years, without her signature, and she's completely fine. Is this your card? I have no idea what you... Oh. Do it again. I wasn't looking. In short, go for C6 Mika always. View new teammates as constellations, yes. Durin is indeed an Emily constellation. Generally, you can get better damage increases out of your characters by pulling for specific... Especially nowadays.
I need to jot this down.
You can usually get better improvements by pulling for specific supports, but again, like Emily, there aren't a bunch of supports that you can really be pulling for Emily, so it's like after you get Durin, what else are you going to do? Probably her weapon, a few constellations on her, maybe some Durin constellations if you're feeling crazy. Support cons often have more value than DPS. Well, that depends on what you consider value. Support cons, I really never like talking about... Well, I've been talking about value, I guess. About constellations are never worth it. On a value level, I just can never justify a constellation on a unit instead of a C0 version of a unit, given how powerful C0 units are in this game. Making me feel really bad about my C1 Shilonen. I hope that you got her early. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if you pulled specifically for her. Sean Yunus is Xiao's real cons, yeah. Cons were easier to get back in the day when power creep wasn't so blatant. Well, when power creep wasn't so blatant, what the fuck? I didn't know you could do that. Also, cons were a lot worse. When power creep was less blatant, cons were a lot worse. I don't think cons have gained or lost any value over time. I think they're all still extremely low value. If someone would plan to go for cons, but otherwise, yeah, there's no reason to go for cons. Yeah, only plan. Don't always plan everything in this game. Always plan everything in this game all the time. Oh wow, I've stalled too much by accident. Now, depends on how you play supports. Most likely, yeah. So what was I saying on that note? It depends on how you define value.
Someone needs to...
Support constellations are numerically weaker, but they can be applied to a larger range of units. DPS constellations only work on the DPS that you were getting the constellation on, but they generally provide larger increases. That's what it is.
Leave it to me.
That's what it is.
Whatever it is.
C1 Zhongli gained value, so
Is
true.
It. I didn't quite catch your request.
And I got you got Shilone and C1. I can't speak. Pulling for 4-star cons. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I guess they were good 4 stars. Then I got C by C1 before Elu was C6. And oh no. Oh dear. I wish they kept the useless cons practice. I do too, maybe a little bit. I wish they just kept cool cons. Because that was a lot of stuff in the early game. Is like they weren't useful cons. But like, Albedo plunging attack damage bonus con? That's just cool. It's not good, but it's funny and it's cool. I don't know. What are some other effects? Like Raiden C6 is not a good constellation, but reducing burst cooldowns? That's cool. That's fucking nice. There are some cool ones. I think early 4 stars had it with a lot of the cooler constellations. Like Bennett has a constellation that just gives him a new fucking move in his kit. It's really funny. Supports can be played in teams overall, but it's a more value on the long run compared to a DPS that can fall behind quickly. Like, sure. But with how they're designing the game, it's like I feel like supports can also be designed against with a lot of content. So that's why I really don't want to say one has more value than the other. I really try to stray away from saying that any one thing is better than the other. If you guys may have noticed this, whenever someone asks me a question, I try to be like, you know, I've had people asking, oh, is Linnea going to be good for my Navia team? Is Linnea going to be a good damaging support for my Navia team? I don't say yes. I say Linnea is going to bring you a higher team DPS, but your other supportive options are going to do more buffing stuff for Navia and are going to make you deal more damage with Navia herself.
Someone needs to...
Depends. It depends. The command is it depends. There we go. So I really like answering with yes or no answers. It just doesn't fucking work. It does always depend. It always depends. Stuff like that are child cons. Child cons are funny. Is Baiju good for my Dahlia team? When a support falls behind, you will never use it again. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like a DPS falls behind, and you might still want to use them just so you can see them on field. A support falls behind, they're dead. Like, after fucking Linnea comes out, I fear Old Yeller is being taken behind the shed. Once Linnea comes out, it will indeed be Old Yeller's time. This motherfucker, like, he got a little bit of use. Goro, no. Yeah. I mean, he's still gonna be good. He's still gonna be fine. He's still gonna be functional with Noel, with people who don't have Linnea and want to use T-Bai with Ito. But I fear Goro is being taken out behind the shed. Me trying to prop up my Ayato and my Ito, yeah. Like, I think, so on-fielders get bad faster, but also on-fielders, there's more of a reason to be playing them when you're when they are bad. Because maybe you just like the character and you want to look at them, or you like how the character feels to play. Whereas all off feelers, it's like, once, I don't fucking know. It's like, Shanya, it's EQ, man. It's fucking EQ. Everybody's EQ. You're not EQ. You're not an off fielder. EQ, EQ. Guess who I'm building? I couldn't possibly guess. Couldn't possibly. Yes or no. Okay. I think this is a good place to end stream. You can always do support meme DPS builds. You also can do that. You also can do that. I think this is a good place to end stream. Let me do the good stream ending stuff. If you're on YouTube, I have Twitch. If you're on Twitch, I have YouTube.
Leave it to me.
I post my stream schedule in my Discord. You are able to join that. I've also been more active in there recently, so I train. I don't have to lie about me being in my Discord, but mostly it is there for the stream schedule. I am going to be posting the pull form, the viewer pull form for Linnea and Chaska. I'm going to be doing that. What is this clip that you fucking sent me? What is this clip that you just sent? Oh, it's Old Yeller. All right. And you can see the clip that Starshade just made sent to the clip farming channel. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't really have much else to say. Thank you guys so much for coming. Let's end out on YouTube. Let's find someone to raid into on Twitch. Twitch, please stay around. Bye, YouTube. Bye.